We hope you enjoy hearing this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear Scourby's classic book readings.
Up here on the way back to drink his health, pass round the consolation, elixir of life. But suppose now it did happen. Would he bleed if a nail, say, cut him in the knocking about? He would and he wouldn't, I suppose. Depends on where. The circulation stops. Still, some might ooze out of an artery. It would be better to bury them in red, a dark red. In silence they drove along Phipsborough Road. An empty hearse trotted by, coming from the cemetery. Looks relieved. Cross Guns Bridge, the Royal Canal. Water rushed roaring through the sluices. A man stood on his dropping barge between clamps of turf. On the towpath by the lock, a slack-tethered horse. Aboard of the Bugaboo. Their eyes watched him. On the slow, weedy waterway, he had floated on his raft coastward over Ireland, drawn by a haulage rope past beds of reeds, over slime, mud-choked bottles, carrion dogs. Athlone, Mullingar, Moy-Valley. I could make a walking tour to see Millie by the canal, or cycle down. Hire some old crock, safety. Wren had one the other day at the auction, but a lady's. Developing waterways. James McCann's hobby to row me o'er the ferry. Cheaper transit. By easy stages. Houseboats camping out. Also hearses. To heaven by water. Perhaps I will, without writing, come as a surprise. Lake Slip, Clonsilla. Dropping down lock by lock to Dublin, with turf from the Midland bogs. Salute. He lifted his brown straw hat, saluting Paddy Dignam. They drove on past Brian Boru House, near it now. "I wonder how is our friend Fogarty getting on," Mr. Power said. "Better ask Tom Kernan," Mr. Dedalus said. "How's that?" Martin Cunningham said. "Left him weeping, I suppose." "Though lost to sight," Mr. Dedalus said, "to memory dear." The carriage steered left for Finglass Road. The stonecutter's yard on the right, last lap. Crowded on the spit of land, silent shapes appeared, white, sorrowful, holding out calm hands, knelt in grief, pointing, fragments of shapes hewn, in white silence, appealing, the best obtainable. Thomas H. Denny, monumental builder and sculptor. Past. On the curbstone before Jimmy Geary, the sexton's, an old tramp sat, grumbling, emptying the dirt and stones out of his huge dust-brown yawning boot. After life's journey. Gloomy gardens that went by one, gloomy houses. Mr. Power pointed. "That is where Childs was murdered," he said. "The last house." "So it is," Mr. Dedalus said. "A gruesome case. Seymour Bush got him off. Murdered his brother, or so they said." "The Crown had no evidence," Mr. Power said. "Only circumstantial," Martin Cunningham said. "That's the maxim of the law. Better for 99 guilty to escape than for one innocent person to be wrongfully condemned." They looked. Murderer's ground. It passed darkly. Shuttered, tenantless, unweeded garden. Whole place gone to hell. Wrongfully condemned. Murder. The murderer's image in the eye of the murdered. They loved reading about it. Man's head found in a garden. Her clothing consisted of how she met her death. Recent outrage. The weapon used. Murderer is still at large. Clues. A shoelace. The body to be exhumed. Murder will out. Cramped in this carriage. She mightn't like me to come that way without letting her know. Must be careful about women. Catch them once with their pants down, never forgive you after. 15. The high railings of prospects rippled past their gaze. Dark poplars, rare white forms. Forms more frequent, white shapes thronged amid the trees, white forms and fragments streaming by mutely, sustaining vain gestures on the air. The felly harshed against the curbstone, stopped. Martin Cunningham put out his arm and, wrenching back the handle, shoved the door open with his knee. He stepped out. Mr. Power and Mr. Dedalus followed. "Change that soap now." Mr. Bloom's hand unbuttoned his hip pocket swiftly and transferred the paper-stuck soap to his inner handkerchief pocket. He stepped out of the carriage, replacing the newspaper his other hand still held. Paltry funeral. Coach and 3 carriages. It's all the same. Pall-bearers, gold reins, requiem mass, firing a volley, pomp of death. Beyond the hind carriage, a hawker stood by his barrow of cakes and fruit. Simnel cakes, those are, stuck together. Cakes for the dead. Dog biscuits. Who ate them? Mourners coming out. He followed his companions. Mr. Kernan and Ned Lambert followed, Hines walking after them. Corny Kelleher stood by the opened hearse and took out the 2 wreaths. He handed one to the boy. Where's that child's funeral disappeared to? A team of horses passed from Finglass with toiling, plodding tread, dragging through the funereal silence a creaking wagon on which lay a granite block. The wagoner, marching at their head, saluted. Coffin now. Got here before us, dead as he is. Horse looking round at it with his plumes skew-ways. Dull eye. Collar tight on his neck, pressing on a blood vessel or something. Do they know what they cart out here every day? Must be 20 or 30 funerals every day. Then Mount Jerome for the Protestants. Funerals all over the world, everywhere, every minute. Shoveling them under by the cartload, double quick. Thousands every hour. Too many in the world. Mourners came out through the gates, woman and a girl. Lean-jawed harpy, hard woman and a bargain, her bonnet awry. Girl's face stained with dirt and tears, holding the woman's arm, looking up at her for a sign to cry. Fish's face, bloodless and livid. The mutes shouldered the coffin and bored it in through the gates. So much dead weight. Felt heavier myself stepping out of that bath. First the stiff, then the friends of the stiff. Corny Kelleher and the boy followed with their wreaths. Who's that beside them? Ah, the brother-in-law. All walked after. Martin Cunningham whispered, I was in mortal agony with you talking of suicide before Bloom. What? Mr. Power whispered. How so? His father poisoned himself, Martin Cunningham whispered. Had the Queen's Hotel in Ennis. You heard him say he was going to Clare. Anniversary. Oh, God, Mr. Power whispered. First I heard of it. Poisoned himself. He glanced behind him to where a face with dark, thinking eyes followed towards the Cardinal's mausoleum, speaking. Was he insured? Mr. Bloom asked. I believe so, Mr. Kernan answered, but the policy was heavily mortgaged. Martin is trying to get the youngster into Artane. How many children did he leave? 5. Ned Lambert says he'll try to get one of the girls into Todd's. A sad case, Mr. Bloom said gently. 5 young children. A great blow to the poor wife, Mr. Kernan added. Indeed, yes, Mr. Bloom agreed. Has the laugh at him now. He looked down at the boots he had blacked and polished. She had outlived him, lost her husband. More dead for her than for me. One must outlive the other. Wise men say, there are more women than men in the world. Condole with her. Your terrible loss. I hope you'll soon follow him. For Hindu widows only. She would marry another. Him? No. Yet who knows after? Widowhood not the thing since the old Queen died. Drawn on a gun carriage. Victoria and Albert. Frogmore Memorial mourning. But in the end she put a few violets in her bonnet. Vain in her heart of hearts. All for a shadow. Consort, not even a king. Her son was the substance. Something new to hope for, not like the past she wanted back, waiting. It never comes. One must go first, alone. under the ground, and lie no more in her warm bed. "How are you, Simon?" Ned Lambert said softly, clasping hands. "Haven't seen you for a month of Sundays." "Never better. How are all in Cork's own town?" "I was down there for the Cork Park races on Easter Monday," Ned Lambert said. "Same old 6 and 8pence. Stopped with Dick Tivy. And how is Dick, the solid man?" "Nothing between himself and heaven," Ned Lambert answered. "By the Holy Paul," Mr. Dedalus said in subdued wonder. "Dick Tivy bald?" "Martin is going to get up a whip for the youngsters," Ned Lambert said, pointing ahead. "A few bob a skull, just to keep them going till the insurance is cleared up." Yes, Mr. Dedalus said dubiously. "Is that the eldest boy in front?" "Yes," Ned Lambert said, "with the wife's brother. John Henry Menton is behind. He put down his name for a quid." "I'll engage he did," Mr. Dedalus said. "I often told poor Paddy he ought to mind that job. John Henry is not the worst in the world." "How did he lose it?" Ned Lambert asked. "Liquor, what?" "Many a good man's fault," Mr. Dedalus said with a sigh. They halted about the door of the mortuary chapel. Mr. Bloom stood behind the boy with the wreath, looking down at his sleek, combed hair and the slender, furrowed neck inside his brand-new collar. Poor boy. Was he there when the father... Both unconscious. Lighten up at the last moment and recognized for the last time. All he might have done. "I owe 3 shillings to O'Grady. Would he understand?" The mutes bore the coffin into the chapel. "Which end is his head?" After a moment he followed the others in, blinking in the screened light. The coffin lay on its bier before the chancel, 4 tall yellow candles at its corners. Always in front of us. Corny Kelleher, laying a wreath at each 4 corner, beckoned to the boy to kneel. The mourners knelt here and there in praying desks. Mr. Bloom stood behind, near the font, and when all had knelt, dropped carefully his unfolded newspaper from his pocket and knelt his right knee upon it. He fitted his black hat gently on his left knee, and holding its brim, bent over piously. A server, bearing a brass bucket with something in it, came out through a door. The white-smocked priest came after him, tidying his stole with one hand, balancing with the other a little book against his toad's belly. "Who'll read the book?" "I," said the rook. They halted by the bier, and the priest began to read out of his book with a fluent croak. "Father Coffey. I knew his name was like a coffin. Domine nomine. Bully about the muzzle he looks. Bosses the show. Muscular Christian. Woe betide anyone that looks crooked at him. Priest. Thou art Peter. Burst sideways like a sheep in clover, Dedalus says he will. With a belly on him like a poisoned pup. Most amusing expressions that man finds. Burst sideways. Non intres in judicium cum servuo tuo, Domine. Makes them feel more important to be prayed over in Latin. Requiem Mass, crepe weepers, black-edged notepaper, your name on the altar list. Chilly place, this. Want to feed well, sitting in there all the morning in the gloom, kicking his heels, waiting for the next please. Eyes of a toad, too. What swells him up that way? Molly gets swelled after cabbage. Air of the place, maybe. Looks full up of bad gas. Must be an infernal lot of bad gas round the place. Butchers, for instance. They get like raw beefsteaks. Who was telling me? Mervyn Brown. Down in the vaults of St. Werburgh's lovely old organ, 150, they have to bore a hole in the coffin sometimes to let out the bad gas and burn it. Out it rushes, blue. One whiff of that and you're a goner. My kneecap is hurting me. Ow. That's better. The priest took a stick with a knob at the end of it out of the boy's bucket and shook it over the coffin. Then he walked to the other end and shook it again. Then he came back and put it back in the bucket. As you were before you rested. It's all written down. He has to do it. Et ne nos inducas in tentationem. The server piped the answers in the treble. I often thought it would be better to have boy servants, up to 15 or so. After that, of course. Holy water, that was, I expect. shaking sleep out of it. He must be fed up with that job, shaking that thing over all the corpses they trot up. What harm if he could see what he was shaking it over? Every mortal day a fresh batch. Middle-aged men, old women, children, women dead in childbirth, men with beards, bald-headed businessmen, consumptive girls with little sparrows' breasts. All the year round he prayed the same thing over them all and shook water on top of them. Sleep. On dignum now. In paradisum. Said he was going to paradise, or is in paradise. Says that over everybody. Tiresome kind of a job. But he has to say something. The priest closed his book and went off, followed by the server. Corny Kelleher opened the side doors, and the gravediggers came in, hoisted the coffin again, carried it out, and shoved it on their cart. Corny Kelleher gave one wreath to the boy and one to the brother-in-law. All followed them out of the side doors into the mild gray air. Mr. Bloom came last, folding his paper again into his pocket. He gazed gravely at the ground till the coffin cart wheeled off to the left. The metal wheels ground the gravel with a sharp, grating cry, and the pack of blunt boots followed the barrow along a lane of sepulchres. The-ree-the-ra, Lord, I mustn't lilt here. The O'Connell circle, Mr. Dedalus said about him. Mr. Power's soft eyes went up to the apex of the lofty cone. He's at rest, he said, in the middle of his people, old Dan O. But his heart is buried in Rome. How many broken hearts are buried here, Simon? Her grave is over there, Jack, Mr. Dedalus said. I'll soon be stretched beside her. Let him take me whenever he likes. Breaking down, he began to weep to himself quietly, stumbling a little in his walk. Mr. Power took his arm. She's better where she is, he said kindly. I suppose so, Mr. Dedalus said with a weak gasp. I suppose she's in heaven if there is a heaven. Corny Kelleher stepped aside from his rank and allowed the mourners to plod by. Sad occasions, Mr. Kernan began politely. Mr. Bloom closed his eyes and sadly twice bowed his head. The others are putting on their hats, Mr. Kernan said. I suppose we can do so too. We're the last. This cemetery is a treacherous place. They covered their heads. The reverend gentleman read the service too quickly, don't you think? Mr. Kernan said with reproof. Mr. Bloom nodded gravely, looking in the quick, bloodshot eyes. Secret searching eyes. Mason, I think. Not sure. Beside him again. We're the last. In the same boat. Hope he'll say something else. Mr. Kernan added, The service of the Irish Church used in Mount Jerome is simpler, more impressive, I must say. Mr. Bloom gave prudent assent. The language, of course, was another thing. Mr. Kernan said with solemnity, I am the resurrection and the life. That touches a man's inmost heart. It does, Mr. Bloom said. Your heart, perhaps. But what price the fellow in the 6 feet by 2 with his toes to the daisies? No touching that. Seat of the affections. Broken heart. A pump, after all, pumping thousands of gallons of blood every day. One fine day it gets bunged up, and there you are. Lots of them lying around here. Lungs, hearts, livers. Old rusty pumps. Damn the thing else. The resurrection and the life. Once you're dead, you're dead. That last day idea, knocking them all up out of their graves. Come forth, Lazarus. And he came 5th and lost the job. Get up, last day. Then every fellow mousing around for his liver and his lights and the rest of his traps. Fine damn all of himself that morning. Pennyweight of powder in his skull. 12 grams, 1 pennyweight. Troy measure. Corny Kelleher fell into step at their side. Everything went off A1, he said. What? He looked on them from his drawling eye. Policeman's shoulders, with your tooraloom, tooraloom. As it should be, Mr. Kernan said. What, eh? Corny Kelleher said. Mr. Kernan assured him. Who is that chap behind with Tom Kernan? John Henry Menton asked. I know his face. Ned Lambert glanced back. Bloom, he said. Madam Marion Tweedy that is, the soprano. She's his wife. Oh, to be sure, John Henry Menton said. I haven't seen her for some time. She was a fine-looking woman. I danced with her, 15, 17 golden years ago at Matt Dillon's in Roundtown. And a good armful she was. He looked behind through the others. What is he asked. What does he do? Wasn't he in the stationery line? I fell foul of him one evening, I remember, at Bowles. Ned Lambert smiled. Yes, he was, he said, in Wisdom Healy's, a traveller for blotting paper. In God's name, John Henry Menton said, what did she marry a coon like that for? She had plenty of game in her then. Has still, Ned Lambert said. He does some canvassing for ads. John Henry Menton's large eyes stared ahead. The barrow turned into a side lane. A portly man, ambushed among the grasses, raised his hat in homage. The grave-diggers touched their caps. John O'Connell, Mr. Power said, pleased. He never forgets a friend. Mr. O'Connell shook all their hands in silence. Mr. Dedalus said, I'm come to pay you another visit. My dear Simon, the caretaker answered in a low voice, I don't want your custom at all. Saluting Ned Lambert and John Henry Menton, he walked on at Martin Cunningham's side, puzzling two keys at his back. Did you hear that one, he asked him, about Mulcahy from the Coombe? I did not, Martin Cunningham said. They bent their silk hats in concert, and Hines inclined his ear. The caretaker hung his thumbs in the loops of his gold watch chain and spoke in a discreet tone to their vacant smiles. They tell the story, he said, that two drunks came out here one foggy evening to look for the grave of a friend of theirs. They asked for Mulcahy from the Coombe and were told where he was buried. After traipsing about in the fog, they found the grave, sure enough. One of the drunks spelt out the name, Terence Mulcahy. The other drunk was blinking up at a statue of our Saviour the widow had got put up. The caretaker blinked up at one of the sepulchres they passed. He resumed, and after blinking up at the sacred figure, not a bloody bit like the man, says he. That's not Mulcahy, says he. Whoever done it? Rewarded by smiles, he fell back and spoke with Corny Kelleher, accepting the dockets given him, turning them over and scanning them as he walked. That's all done with a purpose, Martin Cunningham explained to Hines. I know, Hines said, I know that. To cheer a fellow up, Martin Cunningham said. It's pure good-heartedness. Damn the thing else. Mr. Bloom admired the caretaker's prosperous bulk. All want to be on good terms with him. Decent fellow, John O'Connell, real good sort. Keys. Like Keyes's ad. No fear of anyone getting out, no pass-out checks. Habeat corpus. I must see about that ad after the funeral. Did I write Ballsbridge on the envelope I took to cover when she disturbed me writing to Martha? Hope it's not chucked in the dead letter office. Be the better of a shave. Gray sprouting beard. That's the first sign when the hairs come out gray and temper getting cross. Silver threads among the gray. Fancy being his wife. Wonder how he had the gumption to propose to any girl. Come out and live in the graveyard. Dangle that before her. It might thrill her first. Courting death. Shades of night hovering here with all the dead stretched about. The shadows of the tombs when churchyards yawn. And Daniel O'Connell must be a descendant, I suppose. Who is this used to say he was a queer, breedy man? Great Catholic all the same, like a big giant in the dark. Will-o'-the-wisp, gas of graves. Want to keep her mind off it to conceive at all. Women especially are so touchy. Tell her a ghost story in bed to make her sleep. Have you ever seen a ghost? Well, I have. It was a pitch-dark night. The clock was on the stroke of 12. Still they'd kiss all right if properly keyed up. Whores in Turkish graveyards. Learn anything if taken young. You might pick up a young widow here. Men like that. Love among the tombstones. Romeo. Spice of pleasure. In the midst of death, we are in life. Both ends meet. Tantalizing for the poor dead. Smell of frilled beefsteaks to the starving, gnawing their vitals. Desire to grig people, Molly wanting to do it at the window. 8 children he has, anyway. He's seen a fair share go under in his time, lying around him field after field. Holy fields. More room if they buried them standing. Sitting or kneeling you couldn't. Standing? His head might come up some day above ground in a landslip with his hand pointing. All honeycombed the ground must be, oblong cells. And very neat he keeps it, too, trim grass and edgings. His garden, Major Gamble calls Mount Jerome. Well, so it is. Ought to be flowers of sleep. Chinese cemeteries with giant poppies growing produce the best opium, Mastiansky told me. The botanic gardens are just over there. It's the blood sinking in the earth gives new life. Same idea as those Jews they said killed the Christian boy. Every man his price. Well-preserved fat corpse, gentleman, epicure, invaluable for fruit garden. A bargain. By carcass of William Wilkinson, auditor and accountant, lately deceased, £3 13 6, with thanks. I dare say the soil would be quite fat with corpse manure, bones, flesh, nails, charnel houses. Dreadful. Turning green and pink, decomposing, rot quick in damp earth. The lean old ones tougher. Then a kind of a tallowy, kind of a cheesy, then begin to get black, treacle oozing out of them, then dried up. Death moths. Of course the cells, or whatever they are, go on living, changing about, live forever practically. Nothing to feed on themselves. But they must breed a devil of a lot of maggots. Soil must be simply swirling with them. Your head, it simply swirls. Those pretty little seaside girls. He looks cheerful enough over it. Gives him a sense of power seeing all the others go under first. Wonder how he looks at life. Cracking his jokes, too, warms the cockles of his heart. The one about the bulletin. Spurgeon went to heaven 4 a.m. this morning. 11 p.m., closing time. Not arrived yet. Peter. The dead themselves, the men anyhow, would like to hear an odd joke, or the women to know what's in fashion. A juicy pear or ladies' punch, hot, strong, and sweet. Keep out the damp. You must laugh sometimes, so better do it that way. Gravediggers in Hamlet. Shows the profound knowledge of the human heart. Daren't joke about the dead for 2 years at least. De mortuis nil nisi prius. Go out of mourning first. Hard to imagine his funeral. Seems a sort of a joke. Read your own obituary notice, they say. You live longer. Gives you second wind. New lease of life. How many have you for tomorrow? The caretaker asked. 2, Corny Kelleher said. 10:30 and 11. The caretaker put the papers in his pocket. The barrow had ceased to trundle. The mourners split and moved to each side of the hole, stepping with care round the graves. The gravediggers bore the coffin and set its nose on the brink, looping the bands round it. Burying him. We come to bury Caesar. His Ides of March or June. He doesn't know who is here nor care. Now, who is that lanky-looking galoot over there in the Macintosh? Now, who is he, I'd like to know? Now, I'd give a trifle to know who he is. Always someone turns up you never dreamt of. A fellow could live on his lonesome all his life. Yes, he could. Still, he'd have to get someone to sod him after he died, though he could dig his own grave. We all do. Only man buries. No, ants, too. First thing strikes anybody. Bury the dead. Say Robinson Crusoe was true to life. Well then, Friday buried him. Every Friday buries a Thursday, if you come to look at it. Oh, poor Robinson Crusoe, how could you possibly do so? Poor Dignam, his last lie on the earth in his box. When you think of them all, it does seem a waste of wood, all gnawed through. They could invent a handsome bier with a kind of panel sliding, let it down that way. But they might object to be buried out of another fellow's. They're so particular. Lay me in my native earth. Bit of clay from the Holy Land. Only a mother and dead-born child ever buried in the one coffin. I see what it means, I see. To protect him as long as possible, even in the earth. The Irishman's house is his coffin. Embalming in catacombs, mummies, the same idea. Mr. Bloom stood far back, his hat in his hand, counting the bared heads. 12. I'm 13. No, the chap in the Macintosh is 13. Death's number. Where the deuce did he pop out of? He wasn't in the chapel, that I'll swear. Silly superstition, that, about 13. Nice soft tweed Ned Lambert has in that suit. Tinge of purple. I had one like that when we lived in Lombard Street West. Dressy fellow he was once. Used to change 3 suits in the day. Must get that gray suit of mine turned by Messias. Hello, it's dyed. His wife, I forgot he's not married, or his landlady ought to have picked out those threads for him. The coffin dived out of sight, eased down by the men straddled on the grave trestles. They struggled up and out, and all uncovered. 20. Pause. If we were all suddenly somebody else. Far away a donkey brayed. Rain. No such ass. Never see a dead one, they say. Shame of death. They hide. Also, poor Papa went away. Gentle, sweet air blew round the bared heads in a whisper. Whisper. The boy by the gravehead held his wreath with both hands, staring quietly in the black open space. Mr. Bloom moved behind the portly, kindly caretaker. Well-cut frock coat. Weighing them up, perhaps, to see which will go next. Well, it is a long rest. Feel no more. It's the moment you feel. Must be damned unpleasant. Can't believe it at first. Mistake must be someone else. Try the house opposite. Wait, I wanted to. I haven't yet. Then darkened death chamber. Light they want. Whispering around you. Would you like to see a priest? Then rambling and wandering, delirium all you hid all your life. The death struggle. His sleep is not natural. Press his lower eyelid. Watching as his nose pointed, is his jaw sinking, are the soles of his feet yellow. Pull the pillow away and finish it off on the floor since he's doomed. Devil in that picture of sinner's death showing him a woman. Dying to embrace her in his shirt. Last act of Lucia. Shall I never more behold thee? Bam. Expires, gone at last. People talk about you a bit, forget you. Don't forget to pray for him. Remember him in your prayers. Even Parnell. Ivy Day dying out. Then they follow, dropping into a hole one after the other. We're praying now for the repose of his soul, hoping you're well and not in hell. Nice change of air, out of the frying pan of life into the fire of purgatory. Does he ever think of the hole waiting for himself? They say you do when you shiver in the sun, someone walking over it, call boys warning. Near you. Mine over there towards Finglass, the plot I bought. Mama, poor Mama. And little Rudy. The gravediggers took up their spades and flung heavy clods of clay in on the coffin. Mr. Bloom turned his face. And if he was alive all the time, phew, by jingo, that would be awful. No, he's dead, of course he's dead. Monday he died. They ought to have some law to pierce the heart and make sure, or an electric clock, or a telephone in the coffin, some kind of a canvas air hole. Flag of distress. 3 days. Rather long to keep them in summer. Just as well to get shut of them as soon as you're sure there's no... The clay fell softer. Begin to be forgotten. Out of sight, out of mind. The caretaker moved away a few paces and put on his hat. Had enough of it. The mourners took heart of grace one by one, covering themselves without show. Mr. Bloom put on his hat and saw the portly figure make its way deftly through the maze of graves. Quietly, sure of his ground, he traversed the dismal fields. Heinz jotting down something in his notebook. The names, but he knows them all. No, coming to me. I'm just taking the names, Heinz said below his breath. What is your Christian name? I'm not sure. L, Mr. Bloom said. Leopold. And you might put down McCoy's name, too. He asked me to. Charlie, Hines said, writing. "I know. He was on the Freeman once." So he was, before he got the job in the morgue under Louis Byrne. Good idea, post-mortem for doctors. Find out what they imagine they know. He died of a Tuesday. Got the run. Levanted with the cash of a few ads. "Charlie, you're my darling." That's why he asked me to. Oh, well, does no harm. I saw to that, McCoy. Thanks, old chap. Much obliged. Leave him under an obligation. Costs nothing. And tell us, Hines said, do you know that fella in the... fellow was over there in the... He looked around. "McIntosh. Yes, I saw him," Mr. Bloom said. "Where is he now?" "McIntosh," Hines said, scribbling. "I don't know who he is. Is that his name?" He moved away, looking about him. "No," Mr. Bloom began, turning and stopping. "I say, Hines." Didn't hear. What? Where's he disappeared to? Not a sign. Well, of all the... Has anybody here seen K-E-double become invisible? Good Lord, what became of him? A seventh gravedigger came beside Mr. Bloom to take up an idle spade. "Oh, excuse me." He stepped aside nimbly. Clay, brown, damp, began to be seen in the hole. It rose. Nearly over. A mound of damp clods rose more, and the gravediggers rested their spades. All uncovered again for a few instants. The boy propped his wreath against a corner, the brother-in-law his on a lump. The gravediggers put on their caps and carried their earthy spades towards the barrow, then knocked the blades lightly on the turf. Clean. One bent to pluck from the haft a long tuft of grass. One, leaving his mates, walked slowly on with shouldered weapon, its blade blue-glancing. Silently at the grave-head another coiled the coffin band. His navel cord. The brother-in-law, turning away, placed something in his free hand. "Thanks," in silence. "Sorry, sir, trouble. Headshake, I know that. For yourselves, just." The mourners moved away slowly, without aim, by devious paths, staying a while to read a name on a tomb. "Let us go round by the chief's grave," Hines said. "We have time." "Let us," Mr. Power said. They turned to the right, following their slow thoughts. With awe, Mr. Power's blank voice spoke. "Some say he's not in that grave at all, that the coffin was filled with stones, that one day he will come again." Hines shook his head. "Parnell will never come again," he said. "He's there, all that was mortal of him. Peace to his ashes." Mr. Bloom walked unheeded along his grove, by saddened angels, crosses, broken pillars, family vaults, stone hopes praying with upcast eyes, old Ireland's hearts and hands. More sensible to spend the money on some charity for the living. Pray for the repose of the soul of, does anybody really? Plant him and have done with him, like down a coal chute, then lump them together to save time. All Souls' Day. 27th, I'll be at his grave. 10 shillings for the gardener. He keeps it free of weeds. Old man himself, bent down double with his shears clipping, near death's door. Who passed away, who departed this life. As if they did it of their own accord, got the shove, all of them. Who kicked the bucket. More interesting if they told you what they were. So-and-so, wheelwright. I travelled for Cork lino. I paid 5 shillings in the pound. Or a woman's with her saucepan. I cooked good Irish stew. Eulogy in a country churchyard it ought to be, that poem of, whose is it, Wordsworth or Thomas Campbell. Entered into rest, the Protestants put it. Old Dr. Murrins, the great physician, called him home. Well, it's God's acre for them. Nice country residence, newly plastered and painted. Ideal spot to have a quiet smoke and read the church Times. Marriage ads they never try to beautify. Rusty wreaths hung on knobs, garlands of bronze foil. Better value that for the money. Still the flowers are more poetical. The other gets rather tiresome, never withering. Expresses nothing. Immortelles. A bird sat tamely perched on a poplar branch. Like stuffed. Like the wedding present Alderman Hooper gave us. Ooh. not to budge out of him. Knows there are no catapults to let fly at him. Dead animal, even sadder. Silly Millie burying the little dead bird in the kitchen matchbox, a daisy chain and bits of broken chainies on the grave. The Sacred Heart, that is, showing it. Heart on his sleeve. Ought to be sideways, and red it should be painted like a real heart. Ireland was dedicated to it, or whatever that. Seems anything but pleased. Why this infliction? Would birds come then and peck, like the boy with the basket of fruit? But he said no, because they ought to have been afraid of the boy. Apollo, that was. How many? All these here once walked round Dublin, faithful departed. As you are now, so once were we. Besides, how could you remember everybody? Eyes, walk, voice. Well, the voice, yes, gramophone. Have a gramophone in every grave, or keep it in the house. After dinner on a Sunday, put on poor old great-grandfather. Clark, hello, I'm awfully glad, Clark, awfully glad to see you again. Hello, I'm off cough through. Remind you of the voice, like the photograph reminds you of the face. Otherwise, you couldn't remember the face after 15 years, say. For instance, who? For instance, some fellow that died when I was in Wisdom Healy's. A rattle of pebbles. Wait. Stop. He looked down intently into a stone crypt. Some animal. Wait, there he goes. An obese grey rat toddled along the side of the crypt, moving the pebbles. An old stager, great-grandfather, he knows the ropes. The grey alive crushed itself in under the plinth, wriggled itself in under it. Good hiding place for treasure. Who lives there? Are laid the remains of Robert Emery. Robert Emmett was buried here by torchlight, wasn't he? Making his rounds. Tail gone now. One of those chaps would make short work of a fella. Pick the bones clean, no matter who it was. Ordinary meat for them. A corpse is meat gone bad. Well, and what's cheese? Corpse of milk. I read in that Voyages in China that the Chinese say a white man smells like a corpse. Cremation better. Priests dead against it. Deviling for the other firm. Wholesale burners and Dutch oven dealers. Time of the plague. Quicklime fever pits to eat them. Lethal chamber, ashes to ashes. Or bury at sea. Where is that Parsi Tower of Silence? Eaten by birds. Earth, fire, water. Drowning, they say, is the pleasantest. See your whole life in a flash. But being brought back to life, no. Can't bury in the air, however, out of a flying machine. Wonder, does the news go about whenever a fresh one is let down? Underground communication. We learned that from them. Wouldn't be surprised. Regular square feed for them. Flies come before he's well dead. Got wind of Dignam. They wouldn't care about the smell of it. Salt white crumbling mush of corpse. Smell, taste like raw white turnips. The gates glimmered in front. Still open. Back to the world again. Enough of this place. Brings you a bit nearer every time. Last time I was here was Mrs. Sinico's funeral. Poor Papa, too. The love that kills. And even scraping up the earth at night with a lantern. Like that case I read up to get at fresh-buried females, or even putrefied with running grave sores. Give you the creeps after a bit. I will appear to you after death. You will see my ghost after death. My ghost will haunt you after death. There is another world after death, named Hell. I do not like that other world, she wrote. No more do I. Plenty to see and hear and feel yet. Feel live, warm beings near you. Let them sleep in their maggoty beds. They're not going to get me this innings. Warm beds, warm, full-blooded life. Martin Cunningham emerged from the side path, talking gravely. A solicitor, I think. I know his face. Menton, John Henry, solicitor. Commissioner for Oaths and Affidavits. Dignam used to be in his office. Matt Dillon's long ago. Jolly Matt, convivial evenings, cold fowl, cigars, the Tantalus glasses. Heart of gold, really. Yes, Menton. Got his rag out that evening on the bowling green because I sailed inside him. Pure fluke of mine, the bias. Why he took such a rooted dislike to me. Hate at first sight. Molly and Floey Dillon linked under the lilac tree laughing. Fella always like that, mortified if women are by. Got a dinge in the side of his hat. Carriage, probably. "Excuse me, sir," Mr. Bloom said beside them. They stopped. "Your hat is a little crushed," Mr. Bloom said, pointing. John Henry Menton stared at him for an instant without moving. "There," Martin Cunningham helped, pointing also. John Henry Menton took off his hat, bulged out the dinge, and smoothed the nap with care on his coat sleeve. He clapped the hat on his head again. "It's all right now," Martin Cunningham said. John Henry Menton jerked his head down in acknowledgement. "Thank you," he said shortly. They walked on towards the gates. Mr. Bloom, chap-fallen, drew behind a few paces so as not to overhear. Martin, laying down the law. Martin could wind a sappy head like that round his little finger without his seeing it. Oyster eyes. Never mind. Be sorry after, perhaps, when it dawns on him. Get the pull over him that way. Thank you. How grand we are this morning. In the heart of the Hibernian metropolis. Before Nelson's Pillar, trams slowed, shunted, changed trolley, started for Blackrock, Kingstown, and Dalkey, Clonskeagh, Rathgar and Terenure, Palmerston Park and Upper Rathmines, Sandymount Green, Rathmines, Ringsend and Sandymount Tower, Harold's Cross. The hoarse Dublin United Tramway Company's timekeeper bawled them off. "Rathgar and Terenure! Come on, Sandymount Green!" Right and left, parallel, clanging, ringing a double-decker and a single-deck moved from their railheads, swerved to the down line, glided parallel. "Start Palmerston Park!" The wearer of the crown. Under the porch of the General Post Office, shoe-blacks called and polished. Parked in North Prince's Street, His Majesty's vermilion mail cars, bearing on their sides the royal initials, E.R., received loudly flung sacks of letters, postcards, letter cards, parcels insured and paid for local, provincial, British, and overseas delivery. Gentlemen of the press. Gross-booted draymen rolled barrels dull thudding out of Prince's stores and bumped them up on the brewery float. On the brewery float bumped dull thudding barrels rolled by gross-booted draymen out of Prince's stores. "There it is," Red Murray said. "Alexander Keys." "Just cut it out, will you?" Mr. Bloom said, "and I'll take it round to the telegraph office." The door of Rutledge's office creaked again. Davy Stevens, minute in a large cape coat, a small felt hat crowning his ringlets, passed out with a roll of papers under his cape, a King's Courier. Red Murray's long shears sliced out the advertisement from the newspaper in 4 clean strokes. Scissors and paste. "I'll go through the printing works," Mr. Bloom said, taking the cut square. "Of course, if he wants a par," Red Murray said earnestly, a pen behind his ear, "we can do him one." "Right," Mr. Bloom said with a nod. "I'll rub that in." "We." William Braden, Esquire, of Oakland, Sandymount. Red Murray touched Mr. Bloom's arm with the shears and whispered, "Braden." Mr. Bloom turned and saw the liveried porter raise his lettered cap as a stately figure entered between the newsboards of the Weekly Freeman and National Press and the Freeman's Journal and National Press. Dull thudding Guinness's barrels. It passed stately up the staircase, steered by an umbrella, a solemn beard-framed face. The broad husband ascended each step. Back. All his brains are in the nape of his neck, Simon Dedalus says. Welts of flesh behind on him. Fat folds of neck. Fat neck, fat neck. "Don't you think his face is like our Savior?" Red Murray whispered. The door of Rutledge's office whispered. Cree. They always build one door opposite another for the wind to... Way in, way out. Our Savior. Beard-framed oval face. Talking in the dusk, Mary, Martha. Steered by an umbrella sword to the footlights. Mario, the tenor. Or like Mario, Mr. Bloom said. Yes, Red Murray agreed, but Mario was said to be the picture of our Savior. Jesus Mario, with rougy cheeks, doublet and spindle legs, hand on his heart. In Martha. Come, thou lost one, come, thou dear one. The crozier and the pen. His Grace phoned down twice this morning, Red Murray said gravely. They watched the knees, legs, boots vanish. Neck. A telegram boy stepped in nimbly, threw an envelope on the counter, and stepped off post-haste with the word, Freeman. Mr. Bloom said slowly, Well, he is one of our saviors also. A meek smile accompanied him as he lifted the counter flap, as he passed in through the side door and along the warm, dark stairs and passage, along the now reverberating boards. But would he save the circulation? Thumping, thumping. He pushed in the glass swing door and entered, stepping over strewn packing paper. Through a lane of clanking drums he made his way towards Nanetti's reading closet. With unfeigned regret it is, we announce the dissolution of a most respected Dublin burgess. Heinz here, too. Account of the funeral, probably. Thumping thump. This morning, the remains of the late Mr. Patrick Dignam. Machines. Smash a man to atoms if they got him caught. Rule the world today. His machineries are pegging away, too. Like these, got out of hand, fermenting. Working away, tearing away. And that old grey rat tearing to get in. How a great daily organ is turned out. Mr. Bloom halted behind the foreman's spare body, admiring a glossy crown. Strange, he never saw his real country. Ireland, my country. Member for College Green. He boomed that workaday work attack for all it was worth. It's the ads and side features sell a weekly, not the stale news in the official gazette. Queen Anne is dead, published by authority in the year 1000 and... Domain situate in the townland of Rosenalis, barony of Tinnachinch, to all whom it may concern, schedule pursuant to statute showing return of number of mules and jennets exported from Ballina. Nature notes, cartoons. Phil Blake's weekly Pat and Bull story. Uncle Toby's page for tiny tots. Country bumpkins queries. Dear Mr. Editor, what is a good cure for flatulence? I'd like that part. Learn a lot teaching others. The personal note, MAP, mainly all pictures. Shapely bathers on Golden Strand. World's biggest balloon. Double marriage of sisters celebrated. 2 bridegrooms laughing heartily at each other. Cuprani, too, printer. More Irish than the Irish. The machines clanked in 3/4 time. Thump, thump, thump. Now, if you got paralyzed there and no one knew how to stop them, they'd clank on and on the same, print it over and over and up and back. Monkey-doodle the whole thing. Want a cool head. Well, get it into the evening edition, Counselor, Hines said. Soon be calling him my Lord Mayor. Long John is backing him, they say. The foreman, without answering, scribbled press on a corner of the sheet and made a sign to a typesetter. He handed the sheet silently over the dirty glass screen. Right, thanks, Hines said, moving off. Mr. Bloom stood in his way. If you want to draw, the cashier is just going to lunch, he said, pointing backward with his thumb. Did you? Hines asked. Mr. Bloom said. Look sharp and you'll catch him. Thanks, old man, Hines said. I'll tap him, too. He hurried on eagerly towards the Freeman's Journal. 3 bob I lent him in Mars. 3 weeks. 3rd hint. We see the canvasser at work. Mr. Bloom laid his cutting on Mr. Nanetti's desk. Excuse me, Counselor, he said. This ad, you see. Keys, you remember. Mr. Nanetti considered the cutting a while and nodded. He wants it in for July, Mr. Bloom said. He doesn't hear it. Nan, iron nerves. The foreman moved his pencil towards it. But wait, Mr. Bloom said. He wants it changed. Keys, you see. He wants 2 keys at the top. Hell of a racket they make. Maybe he understands what I... The foreman turned round to hear patiently, and lifting an elbow began to scratch slowly in the armpit of his alpaca jacket. "Like that," Mr. Bloom said, crossing his forefingers at the top. "Let him take that in first." Mr. Bloom, glancing sideways up from the cross he had made, saw the foreman's sallow face. I think he has a touch of jaundice. And beyond, the obedient reels feeding in huge webs of paper. Clank it, miles of it unreeled. What becomes of it after? Oh, wrap up meat, parcels, various uses, 1,001 things. Slipping his words deftly into the pauses of the clanking, he drew swiftly on the scarred woodwork. House of Keys. Like that, see? 2 crossed keys here, a circle, then here the name Alexander Keys, tea, wine, and spirit merchant, so on. Better not teach him his own business. You know yourself, Counselor, just what he wants. Then round the top in leaded, the House of Keys, you see? Do you think that's a good idea? The foreman moved his scratching hand to his lower ribs and scratched there quietly. "The idea," Mr. Bloom said, "is the House of Keys. You know, Counselor, the Manx Parliament. Innuendo of Home Rule. Tourists, you know, from the Isle of Man. Catches the eye, you see. Can you do that?" I could ask him, perhaps, about how to pronounce that voglio, but then if he didn't know, only make it awkward for him. Better not. "We can do that," the foreman said. "Have you the design?" "I can get it," Mr. Bloom said. "It was in a Kilkenny paper. He has a house there, too. I'll just run out and ask him." "Well, you can do that in just a little park, calling attention, you know, the usual, high-class licensed premises, long-felt want, so on." The foreman thought for an instant. "We can do that," he said. "Let him give us a 3 months renewal." A typesetter brought him a limp galley page. He began to check it silently. Mr. Bloom stood by, hearing the loud throbs of cranks, watching the silent typesetters at their cases. Orthographical. Want to be sure of his spelling. Proof fever. Martin Cunningham forgot to give us his spelling bee conundrum this morning. It is amusing to view the unpar, 1 R, alleled embarra, 2 R's is it, double S meant of a harassed peddler while gauging, AU, the symmetry of a peeled pear under a cemetery wall. Silly, isn't it? Cemetery put in, of course, on account of the symmetry. I could have said when he clapped on his topper, "Thank you." I ought to have said something about an old hat or something. No, I could have said, "Looks as good as new now." See his fizz then. The nethermost deck of the first machine jogged forwards its flyboard with slut, the first batch of choir-folded papers. Slut. Almost human the way it slut to call attention, doing its level best to speak. That door, too, slut, creaking, asking to be shut. Everything speaks in its own way. Slut. Noted churchman and occasional contributor. The foreman handed back the galley page suddenly, saying, "Wait. Where's the Archbishop's letter? It's to be repeated in the Telegraph. Where's what's-his-name?" He looked about him round his loud, unanswering machines. "Monks, sir?" a voice asked from the casting box. "Aye, where's Monks?" "Monks!" Mr. Bloom took up his cutting. Time to get out. "Then I'll get the design, Mr. Nanetti," he said, "and you'll give it a good place, I know." "Monks!" "Yes, sir?" 3 months renewal. Want to get some wind off my chest first. Try it anyhow. Rub in August. Good idea. Horse show month. Ballsbridge. Tourists over for the show. A day father. He walked on through the case room, passing an old man, bowed, spectacled, aproned.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Old Monks, the day father. Queer lot of stuff he must have put through his hands in his time. Obituary notices, pubs ads, speeches, divorce suits, found drowned. Nearing the end of his tether now. Sober, serious man with a bit in the savings bank, I'd say. Wife a good cook and washer. Daughter working the machine in the parlor. plain Jane, no damn nonsense. And it was the feast of the Passover. He stayed in his walk to watch a typesetter neatly distributing type. Reads it backward first. Quickly he does it. Must require some practice, that. Mangid Kirtep. Poor Papa with his Haggadah book, reading backwards with his finger to me. Pesach, next year in Jerusalem. Dear, oh dear, all that long business about that brought us out of the land of Egypt and into the house of bondage, hallelujah. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu. No, that's the other. Then the 12 brothers, Jacob's sons. And then the lamb and the cat and the dog and the stick and the water and the butcher. And then the angel of death kills the butcher and he kills the ox and the dog kills the cat. Sounds a bit silly till you come to look into it well. Justice, it means. But it's everybody eating everyone else. That's what life is, after all. How quickly he does that job. Practice makes perfect. Seems to see with his fingers. Mr. Bloom passed on out of the clanking noises through the gallery onto the landing. Now, am I going to tram it out all the way and then catch him out, perhaps? Better phone him up first. Number? Same as Citron's house. 2844. Only once more that soap. He went down the house staircase. Who the deuce scrawled all over these walls with matches? Looks as if they did it for a bet. Heavy, greasy smell there always is in those works. Lukewarm glue in Tom's next door when I was there. He took out his handkerchief to dab his nose. Citron, lemon. Ah, the soap I put there. Lose it out of that pocket. Putting back his handkerchief, he took out the soap and stowed it away, buttoned into the hip pocket of his trousers. What perfume does your wife use? I could go home still. Tram. Something I forgot. Just to see before dressing. No. Here. No. A sudden screech of laughter came from the Evening Telegraph office. Know who that is? What's up? Pop in a minute to phone. Ned Lambert it is. He entered softly. Erin, green gem of the silver sea. The ghost walks, Professor McHugh murmured softly, biscuitfully to the dusty window pane. Mr. Dedalus, staring from the empty fireplace at Ned Lambert's quizzing face, asked of it sourly, "Agonizing Christ, wouldn't it give you a heartburn on your arse?" Ned Lambert, seated on the table, read on. Or again, note the meanderings of some purling rill as it babbles on its way, fanned by gentlest zephyrs, though quarrelling with the stony obstacles, to the tumbling waters of Neptune's blue domain, mid mossy banks, played on by the glorious sunlight, or neath the shadows cast o'er its pensive bosom by the overarching leafage of the giants of the forest. What about that, Simon? He asked over the fringe of his newspaper. How's that for high? Changing his drink, Mr. Dedalus said. Ned Lambert, laughing, struck the newspaper on his knees, repeating, "The pensive bosom and the overarching leafage. Oh, boys! And Xenophon looked upon Marathon," Mr. Dedalus said, looking again on the fireplace and to the window, "and Marathon looked on the sea." "That will do," Professor McHugh cried from the window. "I don't want to hear any more of the stuff." He ate off the crescent of water biscuit he had been nibbling, and hungered, made ready to nibble the biscuit in his other hand. Highfalutin stuff. Bladder bags. Ned Lambert is taking a day off, I see. Rather upsets a man's day, a funeral does. He has influence, they say. Old Chatterton, the vice-chancellor, is his grand-uncle or his great-grand-uncle. Close on 90, they say. Sub-leader for his death written this long time, perhaps. Living to spite them. Might go first himself. Johnny, make room for your uncle. The Right Honourable Hedges Eyre Chatterton. Dare say he writes him an odd, shaky check or two on gale days. Windfall when he kicks out. Hallelujah. "Just another spasm," Ned Lambert said. "What is it?" Mr. Bloom asked. "A recently discovered fragment of Cicero's," Professor McHugh answered with pomp of tone. "Our lovely land." Short, but to the point. "Whose land?" Mr. Bloom said simply. "Most pertinent question," the professor said between his chews, with an accent on the whose. "Dan Dawson's land," Mr. Dedalus said. "Is it his speech last night?" Mr. Bloom asked. Ned Lambert nodded. But listen to this, he said. The doorknob hit Mr. Bloom in the small of the back as the door was pushed in. "Excuse me," J.J. O'Malloy said, entering. Mr. Bloom moved nimbly aside. "I beg yours," he said. "Good day, Jack. Come in, come in. Good day. How are you, Dedalus? Well, and yourself?" J.J. O'Malloy shook his head. Sad. Cleverest fellow at the junior bar he used to be. Declined, poor chap. That hectic flush spells fineness for a man. Touch and go with him. What's in the wind, I wonder? Money worry. Or again, if we but climb the serried mountain peaks. You're looking extra. Is the editor to be seen? J.J. O'Malloy asked, looking towards the inner door. Very much so, Professor McHugh said. To be seen and heard. He's in his sanctum with Lenehan. J.J. O'Malloy strolled to the sloping desk and began to turn back the pink pages of the file. Practice dwindling. A might have been. Losing heart. Gambling. Debts of honor. Reaping the whirlwind. Used to get good retainers from D&T Fitzgerald. Their wigs to show their gray matter. Brains on their sleeve like the statue in Glasnevin. Believe he does some literary work for the Express with Gabriel Conroy. Well-read fellow. Miles Crawford began on the Independent. Funny the way those newspapermen veer about when they get wind of a new opening. Weathercocks. Hot and cold in the same breath. Wouldn't know which to believe. One story good till you hear the next. Go for one another bald-headed in the papers, and then all blows over. Hail fellow well met the next moment. Ah, listen to this, for God's sake, Ned Lambert pleaded. Or again, if we but climb the serried mountain peaks. Bombast, the professor broke in testily. Enough of the inflated windbag. Peaks, Ned Lambert went on, towering high on high, to bathe our souls, as it were. Bathe his lips, Mr. Dedalus said. Blessed and eternal God. Yes, is he taking anything for it? As 'twere in the peerless panorama of Ireland's portfolio, unmatched, despite their well-praised prototypes in other vaunted prize regions, for very beauty of bosky grove and undulating plain, and luscious pasture land of vernal green, steeped in the transcendent, translucent glow of our mild, mysterious Irish twilight. His native Doric. The moon, Professor McHugh said. He forgot Hamlet. That mantles the vista far and wide, and wait till the glowing orb of the moon shines forth to irradiate her silver effulgence. Oh, Mr. Dedalus cried, giving vent to a hopeless groan. Shite and onions, that'll do, Ned. Life is too short. He took off his silk hat, and, blowing out impatiently his bushy moustache, Welsh-combed his hair with raking fingers. Ned Lambert tossed the newspaper aside, chuckling with delight. An instant after, a hoarse bark of laughter burst over Professor McHugh's unshaven, black-spectacled face. "Doughy daw!" he cried. What Weatherup said. All very fine to jeer at it now in cold print, but it goes down like hotcake, that stuff. He was in the bakery line, too, wasn't he? Why, they call him Doughy Daw. Feathered his nest well, anyhow. Daughter engaged to that chap in the Inland Revenue Office with the motor. Hooked that nicely. Entertainments, open house, big blowout. Weatherup always said that. Get a grip of them by the stomach. The inner door was opened violently, and a scarlet-beaked face crested by a comb of feathery hair thrust itself in. The bold blue eyes stared about them, and the harsh voice asked, "What is it?" "And here comes the sham squire himself," Professor McHugh said grandly. "Get out of that, you bloody old pedagogue," the editor said in recognition. "Come, Ned," Mr. Dedalus said, putting on his hat. "I must get a drink after that." "Drink?" the editor cried. "No drink served before Mass." "Quite right, too," Mr. Dedalus said. "Going out. Come on, Ned." Ned Lambert sidled down from the table. The editor's blue eyes roved towards Mr. Bloom's face, shadowed by a smile. "Will you join us, Miles?" Ned Lambert asked. Memorable battles recalled. "North Cork Militia," the editor cried, striding to the mantelpiece. "We won every time. North Cork and Spanish officers." "Where was that, Miles?" Ned Lambert asked, with a reflective glance at his toe caps. "In Ohio," the editor shouted. "So it was, begad," Ned Lambert agreed. Passing out, he whispered to J.J. O'Malloy, Incipient jigs, sad case. Ohio, the editor crowed in high treble from his uplifted scarlet face. My Ohio. A perfect critic, the professor said, long, short, and long. O Harpyolian. He took a reel of dental floss from his waistcoat pocket, and breaking off a piece, twanged it smartly between two and two of his resonant, unwashed teeth. Bing, bang, bang, bang. Mr. Bloom, seeing the coast clear, made for the inner door. Just a moment, Mr. Crawford, he said. I just want to phone about an ad. He went in. What about that leader this evening? Professor McHugh asked, coming to the editor and laying a firm hand on his shoulder. That'll be all right, Miles Crawford said more calmly. Never you fret. Hello, Jack. That's all right. Good day, Miles, J.J. O'Malloy said, letting the pages he held slip limply back on the file. Is that Canada swindle case on today? The telephone whirred inside. 20 4. Yes. Spot the winner. Lenehan came out of the inner office with sports tissues. Who wants a dead cert for the Gold Cup? He asked. Scepter with O Madden up. He tossed the tissues onto the table. Screams of newsboys barefoot in the hall rushed near, and the door was flung open. Hush, Lenehan said. I hear feet stoops. Professor McHugh strode across the room and seized the cringing urchin by the collar as the others scampered out of the hall and down the steps. The tissues rustled up in the draught, floated softly in the air, blue scrawls, and under the table came to earth. It wasn't me, sir. It was the big fella shot me, sir. Throw him out and shut the door, the editor said. There's a hurricane blowing. Lenehan began to pour the tissues up from the floor, grunting as he stooped twice. Waiting for the ration special, sir, the newsboy said. It was Pat Farrell shot me, sir. He pointed to two faces peering in round the doorframe. Him, sir. Out of this with you, Professor McHugh said gruffly. He hustled the boy out and banged the door to. J.J. O'Malloy turned the files cracklingly over, murmuring, seeking. Continued on page 6, column 4. Yes, Evening Telegraph here, Mr. Bloom phoned from the inner office. Is the boss... Yes, Telegraph. To where? Which auction rooms? I see. Right, I'll catch him. A collision ensues. The bell whirred again as he rang off. He came in quickly and bumped against Lenehan, who was struggling up with the second tissue. Pardon, monsieur, Lenehan said, clutching him for an instant and making a grimace. My fault, Mr. Bloom said, suffering his grip. Are you hurt? I'm in a hurry. Knee, Lenehan said. He made a comic face and whined, rubbing his knee. The accumulation of the Anno Domini. Sorry, Mr. Bloom said. He went to the door and, holding it ajar, paused. J.J. O'Malloy slapped the heavy pages over. The noise of two shrill voices, a mouth organ, echoed in the bare hallway from the newsboys squatted on the doorsteps. We're the boys of Wexford who fought with heart and hand. Exit Bloom. I'm just running down to Bachelor's Walk, Mr. Bloom said, about this ad of Keyes's. Want to fix it up. They tell me he's round there in Dillon's. He looked indecisively for a moment at their faces. The editor, who, leaning against the mantel-shelf, had propped his head on his hand, suddenly stretched forth an arm amply. Begone, he said. The world is before you. Back in no time, Mr. Bloom said, hurrying out. J.J. O'Malloy took the tissues from Lenehan's hand and read them, blowing them apart gently without comment. He'll get that advertisement, the professor said, staring through his black-rimmed spectacles over the cross-blind. Look at the young scamps after him. Show, where? Lenehan cried, running to the window. A street cortege. Both smiled over the cross-blind at the file of capering newsboys in Mr. Bloom's wake, the last zigzagging white on the breeze, a mocking kite, a tail of white bowknots. Look at the young gutter snipe behind him, hue and cry, Lenehan said, and you'll kick. Oh, my rib risible, taking off his flat spogs and the walk, small nines, steal upon larks. He began to mazurka in swift caricature across the floor, on sliding feet, past the fireplace, to J.J. O'Malloy, who placed the tissues in his receiving hands. What's that? Miles Crawford said with a start. Where are the other two gone? Who? The professor said, turning. They're gone round to the Oval for a drink. Paddy Hooper is there with Jack Hall. Came over last night. "Come on, then," Miles Crawford said. "Where's my hat?" He walked jerkily into the office behind, parting the vent of his jacket, jingling his keys in his back pocket. They jingled then in the air and against the wood as he locked his desk drawer. "He's pretty well on," Professor McHugh said in a low voice. "Seems to be," J.J. O'Malloy said, taking out a cigarette case and murmuring meditation. "But it is not always as it seems. Who has the most matches?" "The Calumet of Peace." He offered a cigarette to the professor and took one himself. Lenehan promptly struck a match for them and lit their cigarettes in turn. J.J. O'Malloy opened his case again and offered it. "Thank you, Boo," Lenehan said, helping himself. The editor came from the inner office, a straw hat awry on his brow. He declaimed in song, pointing sternly at Professor McHugh, "'Twas rank and fame that tempted thee, 'twas empire charmed thy heart." The professor grinned, locking his long lips. "Eh, you bloody old Roman Empire," Miles Crawford said. He took a cigarette from the open case. Lenehan, lighting it for him with quick grace, said, "Silence for my brand-new riddle." "Imperium Romanum," J.J. O'Malloy said gently. "It sounds nobler than British or Brixton. The word reminds one somehow of fat in the fire." Miles Crawford blew his first puff violently towards the ceiling. "That's it," he said. "We are the fat. You and I are the fat in the fire. We haven't got the chance of a snowball in hell." The grandeur that was Rome. "Wait a moment," Professor McHugh said, raising two quiet claws. "We mustn't be led away by words, by sounds of words. We think of Rome, imperial, imperious, imperative." He extended elocutionary arms from frayed, stained shirt cuffs, pausing. "What was their civilization? Vast, I allow, but vile. Cloacae, sewers. The Jews in the wilderness and on the mountain top said, 'It is meet to be here. Let us build an altar to Jehovah.' The Roman, like the Englishman who follows in his footsteps, brought to every new shore on which he set his foot, on our shore he never set it, only his cloacal obsession. He gazed about him in his toga and he said, 'It is meet to be here. Let us construct a water closet.' Which they accordingly did do," Lenehan said. "Our old ancestors, as we read in the first chapter of Guinness's, were partial to the running stream." "They were nature's gentlemen," J.J. O'Malloy murmured. "But we have also Roman law." "And Pontius Pilate is its prophet," Professor McHugh responded. "Do you know that story about Chief Baron Pallas?" J.J. O'Malloy asked. "It was at the Royal University dinner. Everything was going swimmingly—" "First my riddle," Lenehan said. "Are you ready?" Mr. O'Madden Burke, tall and copious gray of Donegal tweed, came in from the hallway. Stephen Dedalus behind him, uncovered as he entered. "Entrez, mes enfants," Lenehan cried. "I escort a suppliant," Mr. O'Madden Burke said melodiously. "Youth, led by experience, visits notoriety." "How do you do?" the editor said, holding out a hand. "Come in. Your governor has just gone." Note, the headline here is 3 question marks. Lenehan said to all, "Silence! What opera resembles a railway line? Reflect, ponder, excogitate, reply." Stephen handed over the typed sheets, pointing to the title and signature. "Who?" the editor asked. A bit torn off. "Mr. Garrett Dacey," Stephen said. "That old pelters," the editor said. "Who tore it? Was he short taken?" "On swift sail flaming from storm and south, he comes, pale vampire, mouth to my mouth." "Good day, Stephen," the professor said, coming to peer over their shoulders. "Foot and mouth? Are you turned—" Bullock befriending bard. "Shindy in well-known restaurant." "Good day, sir," Stephen answered, blushing. "The letter is not mine. Mr. Garrett Dacey asked me to—" "Oh, I know him," Miles Crawford said. "And you his wife, too. The bloodiest old tartar God ever made. By Jesus, she had the foot-and-mouth disease, and no mistake. The night she threw the soup in the waiter's face in the Star and Garter. Oh! A woman brought sin into the world. For Helen, the runaway wife of Menelaus, 10 years, the Greeks. O'Rourke, Prince of Breffni. "Is he a widower?" Stephen asked. "Aye, a grass one. Miles Crawford said, his eye running down the typescript. Emperor's horses. Habsburg. An Irishman saved his life on the ramparts of Vienna, don't you forget. Maximilian Carl O'Donnell, Graf von Tyrconnell in Ireland. Sent his heir over to make the king an Austrian field marshal now. Going to be trouble there one day. Wild geese. Oh, yes, every time. Don't you forget that. The moot point is, did he forget it? J.J. O'Molloy said quietly, turning a horseshoe paperweight. Saving princes is a thank-you job. Professor McHugh turned on him. And if not, he said. I'll tell you how it was, Miles Crawford began. Hungarian it was one day. Lost causes. Noble Marquis mentioned. We were always loyal to lost causes, the professor said. Success for us is the death of the intellect and of the imagination. We were never loyal to the successful. We served them. I teach the blatant Latin language. I speak the tongue of a race, the acme of whose mentality is the maxim time is money. Material domination. Dominus, Lord. Where is the spirituality? Lord Jesus, Lord Salisbury, a sofa in a West End club. But the Greek, Kyrie eleison. A smile of light brightened his dark-rimmed eyes, lengthened his long lips. The Greek, he said again. Kyrios, shining word. The vowels the Semite and the Saxon know not. Kyrie, the radiance of the intellect. I ought to profess Greek, the language of the mind. Kyrie eleison. The closet maker and the cloaca maker will never be lords of our spirit. We are lead subjects of the Catholic chivalry of Europe that founded at Trafalgar, and of the empire of the spirit, not an imperium, that went under with the Athenian fleets at Aegospotami. Yes, yes, they went under. Pyrrhus, misled by an oracle, made a last attempt to retrieve the fortunes of Greece, loyal to a lost cause. He strode away from them towards the window. They went forth to battle, Mr. O'Madden Burke said grayly, but they always fell. Boo-hoo, Lenehan wept with a little noise, owing to a brick received in the latter half of the matinee. Poor, poor, poor Pyrrhus. He whispered then near Stephen's ear. Lenehan's limerick. There's a ponderous pundit McHugh, who wears goggles of ebony hue, as he mostly sees double. To wear them, why trouble? I can't see the Joe Miller, can you? In mourning for Sallust, Mulligan says, whose mother is beastly dead. Miles Crawford crammed the sheets into a side pocket. That'll be all right, he said. I'll read the rest after. That'll be all right. Lenehan extended his hands in protest. But my riddle, he said, what opera is like a railway line? Opera? Mr. O'Madden Burke's sphinx face re-riddled. Lenehan announced gladly, The Rose of Castile. See the wheeze? Rose of cast steel. Gee! He poked Mr. O'Madden Burke mildly in the spleen. Mr. O'Madden Burke fell back with grace on his umbrella, feigning a gasp. Help, he sighed. I feel a strong weakness. Lenehan, rising to tiptoe, fanned his face rapidly with the rustling tissues. The professor, returning by way of the file, swept his hand across Stephen's and Mr. O'Madden Burke's loose ties. Paris, past and present, he said. You look like communards. Like fellows who have blown up the Bastille, J.J. O'Molloy said in quiet mockery. Or, was it you shot the Lord Lieutenant of Finland between you? You look as though you'd done the deed. General Bobrikov. Omnium gatherum. We were only thinking about it, Stephen said. All the talents, Miles Crawford said. Law, the classics, the turf, Lenehan put in. Literature, the press. If Bloom were here, the professor said, the gentle art of advertisement. And Madame Bloom, Mr. O'Madden Burke added. The vocal muse, Dublin's prime favorite. Lenehan gave a loud cough. Ahem, he said very softly. Oh, for a fresh of breath air. I caught a cold in the park. The gate was open. You can do it. The editor laid a nervous hand on Stephen's shoulder. I want you to write something for me, he said. Something with a bite in it. You can do it. I see it in your face. In the lexicon of youth, see it in your face, see it in your eye. Lazy, idle little schemer. Foot and mouth disease, the editor cried in scornful invective. Great nationalist meeting in Boris in Ossory. All balls, bulldozing the public. Give them something with a bite in it. Put us all into it, damn it, soul. Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and Jakes McCarthy. We can all supply mental pabulum, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Stephen raised his eyes to the bold, unheeding stare. He wants you for the press gang, J.J. O'Malloy said. The great Gallagher. You can do it, Miles Crawford repeated, clenching his hand in emphasis. Wait a minute. We'll paralyze Europe, as Ignatius Gallagher used to say when he was on the Chauchron doing billiard marking in the Clarence. Gallagher, that was a pressman for you. That was a pen. You know how he made his mark? I'll tell you. That was the smartest piece of journalism ever known. That was in 81, 6th of May, time of the Invincibles, murder in the Phoenix Park, before you were born, I suppose. I'll show you. He pushed past them to the files. Look at here, he said, turning. The New York World cabled for a special. Remember that time? Professor McHugh nodded. New York World, the editor said, excitedly pushing back his straw hat. Where it took place, Tim Kelly, or Kavanaugh, I mean, Joe Brady and the rest of them. Where Skin the Goat drove the car. Whole route, see? Skin the Goat, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Fitzharris. He has that cabman's shelter, they say, down there at Butt Bridge. Holohan told me. You know Holohan? Hop and carry one, is it? Miles Crawford said. And poor Gumley is down there, too, so he told me, minding stones for the corporation. A night watchman. Stephen turned in surprise. Gumley? He said. You don't say so. A friend of my father's, is he? Never mind Gumley, Miles Crawford cried angrily. Let Gumley mind the stones, see they don't run away. Look at here. What did Ignatius Gallagher do? I'll tell you. Inspiration of genius. Cabled right away. Have you Weekly Freeman of 17 March? Right. Have you got that? He flung back pages of the files and stuck his finger on a point. Take page 4. Advertisement for Bransom's Coffee, let us say. Have you got that? Right. The telephone whirred. A distant voice. I'll answer it, the professor said, going. B is Park Gate. Good. His finger leaped and struck point after point, vibrating. T is Viceregal Lodge. C is where murder took place. K is Knockmaroon Gate. The loose flesh of his neck shook like a cock's wattles. An ill-starched dickey jutted up, and with a rude gesture he thrust it back into his waistcoat. Hello? Evening Telegraph here. Hello? Who's there? Yes? Yes? Yes. F to P is the route Skin the Goat drove the car for an alibi. In Chicor, around town, Windy Arbor, Palmerston Park, Ranelagh. F-A-B-P. Got that? X is Davies' public house in Upper Leeson Street. The professor came to the inner door. Bloom is at the telephone, he said. Tell him to go to hell, the editor said promptly. X is Burke's public house, see? Clever. Very. Clever, Lenehan said. Very. Gave it to them on a hot plate, Miles Crawford said. The whole bloody history. Nightmare from which you will never awake. I saw it, the editor said proudly. I was present. Dick Adams, the best-hearted bloody corkman the Lord ever put the breath of life in, and myself. Lenehan bowed to a shape of air, announcing, Madam, I'm Adam, and able was I ere I saw Elba. History, Miles Crawford cried. The old woman of Prince's Street was there first. There was weeping and gnashing of teeth over that. Out of an advertisement. Gregor Gray made the design for it. That gave him the leg up. Then Paddy Hooper worked Tay-Pay, who took him on to the Star. Now he's got in with Blumenfeld. That's press, that's talent. Pyatt, he was all their daddies. The father of scare journalism, Lenehan confirmed, and the brother-in-law of Chris Callanan. Hello, are you there? Yes, he's here still. Come across yourself. Where do you find a pressman like that now, eh? The editor cried. He flung the pages down. Clammed ever, Lenehan said to Mr. O'Madden Burke. Very smart, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Professor McHugh came from the inner office. Talking about the Invincibles, he said. Did you see that some hawkers were up before the recorder? Oh, yes, J.J. O'Malloy said eagerly. Lady Dudley was walking home through the park to see all the trees that were blown down by that cyclone last year and thought she'd buy a view of Dublin. And it turned out to be a commemoration postcard of Joe Brady or Number 1 or Skin the Goat, right outside the Viceregal Lodge, imagine. They're only in the hook and eye department, Miles Crawford said. Pshaw, press and the bar. Where have you men now at the bar like those fellows? Like Whiteside, like Isaac Butt, like Silver-Tongued O'Hagan, eh? Ah, bloody nonsense. Only in the halfpenny place. His mouth continued to twitch on speaking in nervous curls of disdain. Would anyone wish that mouth for her kiss? How do you know? Why did you write it then? Rhymes and reasons. Mouth, south. Is the mouth south some way? Or the south a mouth? Must be some south, pout, out, shout, drouth. Rhymes. Two men dressed the same, looking the same, 2 by 2. La tua pace, che parlar ti piace, mentre che il vento come fa si tace. He saw them 3 by 3, approaching girls, in green, in rose, in russet, entwining, per l'aer perso in mauve, in purple, quella pacifica orifiamma, in gold of oriflamme, di rimirar fe più ardenti. But I, old men, penitent, leaden-footed, underdark 'neath the night, mouth south, tomb, womb. Speak up for yourself, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Sufficient for the day. J.J. O'Malloy, smiling palely, took up the gauge. My dear Miles, he said, flinging his cigarette aside, you put a false construction on my words. I hold no brief, as at present advised, for the third profession qua profession, but your cork legs are running away with you. Why not bring in Henry Grattan and Flood and Demosthenes and Edmund Burke? Ignatius Gallagher we all know, and his Chapel's odd boss, Harmsworth of the Farthing Press, and his American cousin of the Bowery gutter sheet, not to mention Paddy Kelly's Budget, Pugh's Occurrences, and our watchful friend, the Skibbereen Eagle. Why bring in a master of forensic eloquence like Whiteside? Sufficient for the day is the newspaper thereof. Links with bygone days of yore. Grattan and Flood wrote for this very paper, the editor cried in his face. Irish volunteers, where are you now? Established 1763, Dr. Lucas. Who have you now, like John Philpott Curran? Pshaw! Well, J.J. O'Malloy said, Bush Casey, for example. Bush? The editor said, well, yes, Bush, yes. He has a strain of it in his blood. Kendall Bush, or I mean Seymour Bush. He would have been on the bench long ago, the professor said, only for... but no matter. J.J. O'Malloy turned to Stephen and said quietly and slowly, one of the most polished periods I think I ever listened to in my life fell from the lips of Seymour Bush. It was in that case of fratricide, the child's murder case. Bush defended him. And in the porches of mine ear did pour... By the way, how did he find that out? He died in his sleep. Or the other story, Beast with Two Backs. What was that? The professor asked. Italia Magistra Artium. He spoke on the law of evidence, J.J. O'Malloy said, of Roman justice as contrasted with the earlier Mosaic code, the Lex Talionis. And he cited the Moses of Michelangelo in the Vatican. Ah. A few well-chosen words, Lenehan prefaced. Silence. Pause. J.J. O'Malloy took out his cigarette case. False love, something quite ordinary. Messenger took out his matchbox thoughtfully and lit his cigar. I've often thought since, on looking back over that strange time, that it was that small act, trivial in itself, that striking of that match, that determined the whole after-course of both our lives. A polished period, J.J. O'Malloy resumed, molding his words. He said of it, that stony effigy in frozen music, horned and terrible, of the human form divine, that eternal symbol of wisdom and prophecy, which, if aught that the imagination or the hand of sculptor has wrought in marble of soul transfigured and of soul transfiguring, deserves to live, deserves to live. His slim hand, with a wave, graced echo and fall. Fine, Miles Crawford said at once. The divine afflatus, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. You like it? J.J. O'Malloy asked Stephen. Stephen, his blood wooed by grace of language and gesture, blushed. He took a cigarette from the case. J.J. O'Malloy offered his case to Miles Crawford. Lenehan lit their cigarettes as before and took his trophy, saying, Muchibus thankibus. A man of high morale. Professor McGinnis was speaking to me about you, J.J. O'Malloy said to Stephen. What do you think, really, of that hermetic crowd, the Opal Hush poets, A.E., the master mystic? That Blavatsky woman started it. She was a nice old bag of tricks. A.E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer that you came to him in the small hours of the morning to ask him about planes of consciousness. McGinnis thinks she must have been pulling A.E.'s leg. He's a man of the very highest morale, McGinnis. Speaking about me, what did he say? What did he say? What did he say about me? Don't ask. No, thanks, Professor McHugh said, waving the cigarette case aside. Wait a moment. Let me say one thing. The finest display of oratory I ever heard was a speech made by John F. Taylor at the College Historical Society. Mr. Justice Fitzgibbon, the present Lord Justice of Appeal, had spoken, and the paper under debate was an essay, new for those days, advocating the revival of the Irish tongue. He turned towards Miles Crawford and said, You know Gerald Fitzgibbon. Then you can imagine the style of his discourse. He's sitting with Tim Healy, J.J. O'Malloy said, rumor has it, on the Trinity College Estates Commission. He's sitting with a sweet thing in a child's frock, Miles Crawford said. Go on. Well? It was the speech, mark you, the professor said, of a finished orator, full of courteous haughtiness, and pouring in chastened diction, I will not say the vials of his wrath, but pouring the proud man's contumely upon the new movement. It was then a new movement. We were weak, therefore worthless. He closed his long, thin lips an instant, but eager to be on, raised an outspanned hand to his spectacles, and with trembling thumb and ring finger, touching lightly the black rims, steadied them to a new focus. Impromptu. In ferial tone, he addressed J.J. O'Malloy. Taylor had come there, you must know, from a sick bed. That he had prepared his speech I do not believe, for there was not even one shorthand writer in the hall. His dark, lean face had a growth of shaggy beard round it. He wore a loose neckcloth, and altogether he looked, though he was not, a dying man. His gaze turned at once, but slowly, from J.J. O'Malloy's towards Stephen's face, and then bent at once to the ground, seeking. His unglazed linen collar appeared behind his bent head, soiled by his withering hair. Still seeking, he said, When Fitzgibbon's speech had ended, John F. Taylor rose to reply. Briefly, as well as I can bring them to mind, his words were these. He raised his head firmly. His eyes bethought themselves once more. Witless shellfish swam in the gross lenses to and fro, seeking outlet. He began. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, great was my admiration in listening to the remarks addressed to the youth of Ireland a moment since by my learned friend. It seemed to me that I had been transported into a country far away from this country, into an age remote from this age. that I stood in ancient Egypt, and that I was listening to the speech of some high priest of that land, addressed to the youthful Moses. His listeners held their cigarettes poised to hear, their smoke ascending in frail stalks that flowered with his speech. And let our crooked smokes, noble words coming, look out. Could you try your hand at it yourself? And it seemed to me that I heard the voice of that Egyptian high priest, raised in a tone of like haughtiness and like pride. I heard his words, and their meaning was revealed to me. From the fathers, it was revealed to me that those things are good which yet are corrupted, which neither if they were supremely good, nor unless they were good, could be corrupted. Ah, curse you, that's St. Augustine. Why will you Jews not accept our culture, our religion, and our language? You are a tribe of nomad herdsmen. We are a mighty people. You have no cities, nor no wealth. Our cities are hives of humanity, and our galleys, trireme and quadrireme, laden with all manner merchandise, furrow the waters of the known globe. You have but emerged from primitive conditions. We have a literature, a priesthood, an age-long history, and a polity. Nile, child, man, effigy. By the Nile bank the babe Marys kneel, cradle of bulrushes. A man supple in combat, stone-horned, stone-bearded, heart of stone. You pray to a local and obscure idol. Our temples, majestic and mysterious, are the abodes of Isis and Osiris, of Horus and Amun-Ra. Yours, serfdom, awe, and humbleness. Ours, thunder in the seas. Israel is weak, and few are her children. Egypt is an host, and terrible are her arms. Vagrants and day laborers are you called. The world trembles at our name. A dumb belch of hunger cleft his speech. He lifted his voice above it boldly. But, ladies and gentlemen, had the youthful Moses listened to and accepted that view of life, had he bowed his head and bowed his will and bowed his spirit before that arrogant admonition, he would never have brought the chosen people out of their house of bondage, nor followed the pillar of the cloud by day. He would never have spoken with the Eternal amid lightnings on Sinai's mountaintop, nor ever have come down with the light of inspiration shining in his countenance, and bearing in his arms the tables of the law, graven in the language of the outlaw. He ceased and looked at them, enjoying silence. Ominous for him. J. O'Malloy said, not without regret, and yet he died without having entered the land of promise. A sudden at the moment, though from lingering illness, often previously expectorated demise, Lenehan said, and with a great future behind him. The troop of bare feet was heard rushing along the hallway and pattering up the staircase. That is oratory, the professor said, uncontradicted. Gone with the wind. Hosts at Mullamast and Tara of the kings. Miles of years of porches. The tribune's words howled and scattered to the four winds. A people sheltered within his voice. Dead noise. Akashic records of all that ever, anywhere, wherever was. Love and laud him, me no more. I have money. Gentlemen, Stephen said, as the next motion on the agenda paper, may I suggest that the House do now adjourn? You take my breath away. It is not perchance a French compliment, Mr. O'Madden Burke asked. 'Tis the hour, methinks, when the wine-jug, metaphorically speaking, is most grateful in ye ancient hostelry. That it be, and hereby is resolutely resolved. All who are in favour say aye, Lenehan announced. The contrary, no. I declare it carried. To which particular boozing shed? My casting vote is Mooney's. He led the way, admonishing, we will sternly refuse to partake of strong waters. Will we not? Yes, we will not. By no manner of means. Mr. O'Madden Burke, following close, said with an Eli's lunge of his umbrella, Lay on, Macduff! Chip of the old block, the editor cried, slapping Stephen on the shoulder. Let us go. Where are those blasted keys? He fumbled in his pocket, pulling out the crushed type sheets. Foot and mouth. Oh, I know. That'll be all right. That'll go in. Where are they? That's all right. He thrust the sheets back and went into the inner office. Let us hope. J.J. O'Malloy, about to follow him in, said quietly to Stephen, I hope you will live to see it published. Miles, one moment. He went into the inner office, closing the door behind him. Come along, Stephen, the professor said. That is fine, isn't it? It has the prophetic vision. Fuit Ilium, the sack of windy Troy, kingdoms of this world. The masters of the Mediterranean are fellaheen today. The first newsboy came pattering down the stairs at their heels and rushed out into the street, yelling, Racing special! Dublin, I have much, much to learn. They turned to the left along Abbey Street. I have a vision, too, Stephen said. Yes, the professor said, skipping to get into step. Crawford will follow. Another newsboy shot past them, yelling as he ran, Racing special! Dear dirty Dublin. Dubliners. 2 Dublin Vestals, Stephen said, elderly and pious, have lived 50 and 53 years in Fumbally's Lane. Where's that? The professor asked. Off Black Pits. Damp night, reeking of hungry dough, against the wall. Face glistening tallow under her fustian shawl. Frantic hearts. Akashic records. Quicker, darling. On now, dare it. Let there be life. They want to see the views of Dublin from the top of Nelson's Pillar. They save up 3 and 10 pence in a red tin letterbox money box. They shake out the threepenny bits and the sixpence, and coax out the pennies with the blade of a knife. 2 and 3 in silver, and 1 and 7 in coppers. They put on their bonnets and best clothes, and take their umbrellas for fear it may come on to rain. Wise virgins, Professor McHugh said. Life on the raw. They buy 1 and 4 pence worth of brawn, and 4 slices of pan loaf at the North City dining rooms in Marlborough Street from Miss Kate Collins, proprietress. They purchase 4 and 20 ripe plums from a girl at the foot of Nelson's Pillar to take off the thirst of the brawn. They give 2 threepenny bits to the gentleman at the turnstile, and begin to waddle slowly up the winding staircase, grunting, encouraging each other, afraid of the dark, panting, one asking the other, have you the brawn? Praising God and the Blessed Virgin, threatening to come down, peeping at the air slits. Glory be to God. They had no idea it was that high. Their names are Anne Carnes and Florence McCabe. Anne Carnes has the lumbago, for which she rubs on lured water given her by a lady who got a bottle full from a passionist father. Florence McCabe takes a crubine and a bottle of double X for supper every Saturday. Antithesis, the professor said, nodding twice. Vestal virgins, I can see them. What's keeping our friend? He turned. A bevy of scampering newsboys rushed down the steps, scampering in all directions, yelling, their white papers fluttering. Hard after them, Miles Crawford appeared on the steps, his hat aureoling his scarlet face, talking with J.J. O'Malloy. Come along, the professor cried, waving his arm. He set off again to walk by Stephen's side. Return of Bloom. Yes, he said, I see them. Mr. Bloom, breathless, caught in a whirl of wild newsboys near the offices of the Irish Catholic and Dublin Penny Journal, called, Mr. Crawford, a moment. Telegraph, racing special. What is it? Miles Crawford said, falling back a pace. A newsboy cried in Mr. Bloom's face, "Terrible tragedy in Rathmines! A child bit by a bellows." Interview with the editor. "Just this ad," Mr. Bloom said, pushing through towards the steps, puffing and taking the cutting from his pocket. "I spoke with Mr. Keyes just now. He'll give a renewal for 2 months, he says. After, he'll see. But he wants a part to call attention in the Telegraph, too, the Saturday Pink. And he wants it, if it's not too late, I told Councillor Nanetti, from the Kilkenny people. I can have access to it in the National Library. House of Keyes, don't you see? His name is Keyes. It's a play on the name. But he practically promised he'd give the renewal. But he wants just a little puff. What will I tell him, Mr. Crawford?" "KMA. Will you tell him he can kiss my arse?" Miles Crawford said, throwing out his arm for emphasis. "Tell him that straight from the stable." "It's a bit nervy. Look out for squalls. All off for a drink, arm in arm. Lenehan's yachting cap on the cadge beyond. Usual blarney. Wonder is that young Dedalus, the moving spirit. Has a good pair of boots on him today. Last time I saw him, he had his heels on view. Been walking in muck somewhere. Careless chap. What was he doing in Irish Town?" "Well," Mr. Bloom said, his eyes returning, "if I can get the design, I suppose it's worth a short part. He'd give the ad, I think. I'll tell him." "KMRIA. He can kiss my Royal Irish arse," Miles Crawford cried loudly over his shoulder. "Any time he likes, tell him." While Mr. Bloom stood weighing the point and about to smile, he strode on jerkily. Raising the wind. "Nulla bona, Jack," he said, raising his hand to his chin. "I'm up to here. I've been through the hoop myself. I was looking for a fellow to back a bill for me no later than last week. You must take the will for the deeds. Sorry, Jack. With a heart and a half, if I could raise the wind anyhow." J.J. O'Malloy pulled a long face and walked on silently. They caught up on the others and walked abreast. When they have eaten the brawn and the bread, and wiped their 20 fingers in the paper the bread was wrapped in, they go nearer to the railings. "Something for you," the professor explained to Miles Crawford. "2 old Dublin women on the top of Nelson's pillar." "Some column. That's what Waddler 1 said." "That's new," Miles Crawford said. "That's copy. Out for the Waxies Dargo. 2 old trickies, what?" "But they're afraid the pillar will fall," Stephen went on. "They see the roofs and argue about where the different churches are. Rathmines' Blue Dome, Adam and Eve's, St. Lawrence O'Toole's. But it makes them giddy to look, so they pull up their skirts. Those slightly rambunctious females. Easy all," Miles Crawford said. "No poetic license. We're in the archdiocese here." And settle down in their striped petticoats, peering up at the statue of the one-handled adulterer. "One-handled adulterer," the professor cried. "I like that. I see the idea. I see what you mean." "Dames donate Dublin Sits, speed pills, velocitus, aeroliths, belief." "It gives them a crick in their necks," Stephen said. "And they're too tired to look up or down or to speak. They put the bag of plums between them and eat the plums out of it one after another, wiping off with their handkerchiefs the plum juice that dribbles out of their mouths and spitting the plum stones slowly out between the railings." He gave a sudden, loud young laugh as it closed. Lenehan and Mr. O'Madden Burke, hearing, turned, beckoned, and led on across towards Mooney's. "Finished?" Miles Crawford said. "So long as they do no worse." "Sophist wallops haughty Helen square on proboscis. Spartans gnash molars. Ithacans vow Pen is champ." "You remind me of Antisthenes," the professor said, "a disciple of Gorgias, the sophist. It is said of him that none could tell if he were bitterer against others or against himself. He was the son of a noble and a bondwoman, and he wrote a book in which he took away the palm of beauty from Argive Helen and handed it to poor Penelope. Poor Penelope. Penelope rich." They made ready to cross O'Connell Street. Hello there, Central. At various points along the 8 lines, tramcars with motionless trolleys stood in their tracks, bound for or from Rathmines, Rathfarnham, Blackrock, Kingstown and Dalkey, Sandymount Green, Ringsend and Sandymount Tower, Donnybrook, Palmerston Park, and Upper Rathmines, all still, becalmed in short circuit. Hackney cars, cabs, delivery wagons, mail vans, private brooms, aerated mineral water floats with rattling crates of bottles, rattled, lolled, horse-drawn, rapidly. What, and likewise, where? But what do you call it? Miles Crawford asked. Where did they get the plums? Virgilian, says pedagogue. Sophomore plumps for old man Moses. Call it, wait, the professor said, opening his long lips wide to reflect. Call it, let me see. Call it, Deus nobis haec otia fecit. No, Stephen said, I call it a Pisgah sight of Palestine, or the parable of the plums. I see, the professor said. He laughed richly. I see, he said, again with new pleasure. Moses in the promised land. We gave him that idea, he added to J.J. O'Malloy. Horatio is cynosure this fair June day. J.J. O'Malloy sent a weary sidelong glance towards the statue and held his peace. I see, the professor said. He halted on Sir John Gray's pavement island and peered aloft at Nelson through the meshes of his wry smile. Diminished digits prove too titillating for frisky frumps. Anne Wimbles, Flo Wangles. Yet can you blame them? One-handled adulterer, he said grimly. That tickles me, I must say. Tickled the old ones, too, Miles Crawford said, if the God Almighty's truth was known. Pineapple Rock, Lemon Platt, Butterscotch. A sugar-sticky girl shoveling scoopfuls of creams for a Christian brother. Some school treat, bad for their tummies. Lozenge and comfort manufacturer to His Majesty the King. God save our. Sitting on his throne, sucking red jujubes white. A somber YMCA young man, watchful among the warm, sweet fumes of Graham lemons, placed a throwaway in a hand of Mr. Bloom. Heart-to-heart talks. Me? No. Blood of the Lamb. His slow feet walked him riverward, reading, Are you saved? All are washed in the blood of the Lamb. God wants blood victim. Birth, hymen, martyr, war, foundation of a building, sacrifice, kidney burnt offering, druids' altars. Elijah is coming. Dr. John Alexander Dowie, restorer of the church in Zion, is coming. Is coming, is coming, is coming. All heartily welcome. Paying game. Torrey and Alexander last year. Polygamy. His wife will put the stopper on that. Where was that ad? Some Birmingham firm. The Luminous Crucifix. Our Savior. Wake up in the dead of night and see him on the wall, hanging. Pepper's ghost idea. Iron nails ran in. Phosphorus it must be done with. If you leave a bit of codfish, for instance. I could see the bluey silver over it. Night I went down to the pantry in the kitchen. Don't like all the smells in it waiting to rush out. What was it she wanted? The Malaga raisins. Thinking of Spain, before Rudy was born. The phosphorescence, that bluey, greeny, very good for the brain. From Butler's Monument House corner, he glanced along Bachelor's Walk. Dedalus's daughter there, still outside Dillon's auction rooms. Must be selling off some old furniture. Knew her eyes at once from the father. Lobbing about, waiting for him. Home always breaks up when the mother goes. 15 children he had. Birth every year, almost. That's in their theology, or the priest won't give the poor woman the confession, the absolution. Increase and multiply. Do you ever hear such an idea? Each out of house and home.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
No families themselves to feed, living on the fat of the land, their butteries and larders. I'd like to see them do the black fast, Yom Kippur. Cross buns. One meal and a collation for fear he'd collapse on the altar. A housekeeper of one of those fellows, if you could pick it out of her, never pick it out of her. Like getting LSD, pounds, shillings, pence, out of him. Does himself well. No guests, all for number one. Watching his water. Bring your own bread and butter. His reverence, mum's the word. Good Lord, that poor child's dress is in flitters. Underfed she looks, too. Potatoes and marge and potatoes. It's after they feel it. Proof of the pudding. Undermines the constitution. As he set foot on O'Connell Bridge, a puffball of smoke plumed up from the parapet. Brewery barge with export stout. England. Sea air sours it, I heard. Be interesting someday, get a pass through Hancock to see the brewery. Regular world in itself. Vats of porter, wonderful. Rats get in, too. Drink themselves bloated as big as a collie floating. Dead drunk on the porter. Drink till they puke again, like Christians. Imagine drinking that. Rats. Vats. Well, of course, if we knew all the things... Looking down, he saw, flapping strongly, wheeling between the gaunt quay walls, gulls. Rough weather outside. If I threw myself down... Reuben J's son must have swallowed a good bellyful of that sewage. 1 and 8 too much. It's the droll way he comes out with the things. Knows how to tell a story, too. They wheeled lower, looking for grub. Wait. He threw down among them a crumpled paper ball. Elijah, 32 feet per sec, is come. Not a bit. The ball bobbed unheeded on the wake of swells, floated under by the bridge piers. Not such damn fools. Also the day I threw that stale cake out of the Erin's King. Picked it up in the wake, 50 yards astern. Live by their wits. They wheeled, flapping. The hungry, famished gull flaps o'er the waters dull. That is how poets write, the similar sounds. But then Shakespeare has no rhymes, blank verse. The flow of the language it is, the thoughts, solemn. Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain time to walk the earth. 2 apples a penny, 2 for a penny. His gaze passed over the glazed apples serried on her stand. Australians they must be this time of year. Shiny peels. Polishes them up with a rag or a handkerchief. Wait, those poor birds. He halted again and bought from the old apple woman 2 Banbury cakes for a penny and broke the brittle paste and threw its fragments down into the Liffey. See that? The gulls swooped silently, 2, then all from their heights, pouncing on prey. Gone. Every morsel. Aware of their greed and cunning, he shook the powdery crumb from his hands. They never expected that. Manna. Live on fishy flesh they have to. All seabirds, gulls, sea goose. Swans from Anna Liffey swim down here sometimes to preen themselves. No accounting for tastes. Wonder what kind is swan meat. Robinson Crusoe had to live on them. They wheeled, flapping weakly. I'm not going to throw any more, penny quite enough. A lot of thanks I get, not even a caw. They spread foot and mouth disease, too. If you cram a turkey, say, on chestnut meal, it tastes like that. Eat pig, like pig. But then, why is it that saltwater fish are not salty? How's that? His eyes sought answer from the river, and saw a rowboat rock at anchor on the treacly swells, lazily its plastered board. Kinoes, 11 shillings, trousers. Good idea, that. Wonder if he pays rent to the corporation. How can you own water, really? It's always flowing in a stream, never the same, which in the stream of life we trace, because life is a stream. All kind of places are good for ads. That quack doctor for the clap used to be stuck up in all the greenhouses. Never see it now. Strictly confidential, Dr. High Franks. Didn't cost him a red, like McGinney, the dancing master, self-advertisement. Got fellas to stick them up, or stick them up himself for that matter, on the QT, running in to loosen a button. Fly-by-night. Just the place, too. Post no bills. Post 110 pills. Some chap with a dose burning him. If he... Oh. Eh? No. No. No, I don't believe it. He wouldn't surely. No. Mr. Bloom moved forward, raising his troubled eyes. Think no more about that. After 1. Time ball on the ballast office is down. Done sink time. Fascinating little book, that is, of Sir Robert Ball's. Parallax. I never exactly understood. There's a priest, could ask him. It's Greek. Parallel, parallax. Met him pike hoses, she called it, till I told her about the transmigration. Oh, rocks. Mr. Bloom smiled. Oh, rocks. At 2 windows of the ballast office. She's right, after all. Only big words for ordinary things on account of the sound. She's not exactly witty. Can be rude, too, blurt out what I was thinking. Still, I don't know. She used to say Ben Dollard had a bass barrel-tone voice. He has legs like barrels, and you'd think he was singing into a barrel. Now, isn't that wit? They used to call him Big Ben, not half as witty as calling him bass barrel-tone. Appetite like an albatross. Get outside of a baron of beef. Powerful man he was at storing away #1 bass. Barrel of bass. See, it all works out. A procession of white-smocked men marched slowly towards him along the gutter, scarlet sashes across their boards. Bargains. Like that priest they are this morning. We have sinned. We have suffered. He read the scarlet letters on their 5 tall white hats. H-E-L-Y-S. Wisdom Heelys. Y, lagging behind, drew a chunk of bread from under his foreboard, crammed it into his mouth, and munched as he walked. Our staple food. 3 bob a day, walking along the gutters, street after street. Just keep skin and bone together. Bread and skilly. They're not boiled... No. McGlade's men. Doesn't bring in any business, either. I suggested to him about a transparent show cart with 2 smart girls sitting inside writing letters, copybooks, envelopes, blotting paper. I bet that would have caught on. Smart girls writing something catch the eye at once. Everyone dying to know what she's writing. Get 20 of them round you if you stare at nothing. Have a finger in the pie. Women, too. Curiosity. Pillar of salt. Wouldn't have it, of course, because he didn't think of it himself first. Or the ink bottle I suggested, with a false stain of black celluloid. His ideas for ads, like plum trees potted under the obituaries, cold meat department. You can't lick 'em. What? Our envelopes. Hello, Jones, where are you going? Can't stop, Robinson. I am hastening to purchase the only reliable ink eraser, Cancel, sold by Healy's Limited, 85 Dame Street. Well out of that ruck I am. Devil of a job it was collecting accounts of those convents. Tranquilla Convent. There was a nice nun there, really sweet face. Wimple suited her small head. Sister... I'm sure she was crossed in love by her eyes. Very hard to bargain with that sort of woman. I disturbed her at her devotions that morning. But glad to communicate with the outside world. Our great day, she said. Feast of Our Lady of Mount Carmel. Sweet name, too. Caramel. She knew I I think she knew by the way If she'd married, she would have changed. I suppose they really were short of money. Fried everything in the best butter all the same. No lard for them. My heart's broke, eating, dripping. They like buttering themselves in and out. Molly tasting it, her veil up. Sister... Pat Claffey, the pawnbroker's daughter. It was a nun, they say, that invented barbed wire. He crossed Westmoreland Street when apostrophe S had plodded by. Rover Cycle Shop. Those races are on today. How long ago is that? Year Phil Gilligan died. We were in Lombard Street West. Wait, was in Tom's. Got the job in Wisdom Healy's, year we married. 6 years. 10 years ago. 94 he died. Yes, that's right. The big fire at Arnott's. Val Dillon was Lord Mayor. The Glen Creed dinner. Alderman Robert O'Reilly emptying the port into his soup before the flag fell. Bob lapping it for the inner alderman. Couldn't hear what the band played. For what we have already received, may the Lord make us... Millie was a kiddie then. Molly had that elephant-grey dress with the braided frogs, man-tailored with self-covered buttons. She didn't like it because I sprained my ankle first day she wore choir picnic at the Sugarloaf. As if that. Old Goodwin's tall hat done up with some sticky stuff. Fly's picnic, too. Never put a dress on her back like it. Fitted her like a glove, shoulder and hips, just beginning to plump it out well. Rabbit pie we had that day. People looking after her. Happy. Happier then. Snug little room that was, with the red wallpaper. Dockrells, 1 and 9pence a dozen. Millie's tubbing night. American soap I bought, elderflower. Cozy smell of her bath water. Funny she looked soaped all over. Shapely, too. Now photography. Poor Papa's daguerreotype atelier he told me of. Hereditary taste. He walked along the curbstone. Stream of life. What was the name of that priesty-looking chap was always squinting in when he passed? Weak eyes. Woman. Stopped in Citron's St. Kevin's Parade. Pen something. Pendennis? My memory's getting... Pen... Of course, it's years ago. Noise of the trams, probably. Well, if he couldn't remember the Dayfather's name that he sees every day. Bartell Darcy was the tenor, just coming out then. Seeing her home after practice. Conceited fellow with his waxed-up mustache. Gave her that song, Winds That Blow from the South. Windy night that was. I went to fetch her. There was that lodge meeting on, about those lottery tickets after Goodwin's concert in the supper room or oak room of the mansion house. He and I behind. Sheet of her music blew out of my hand against the high school railings. Lucky it didn't. Thing like that spoils the effect of a night for her. Professor Goodwin linking her in front. Shaky on his pins, poor old sot. His farewell concerts. Positively last appearance on any stage. Maybe for months and maybe for never. Remember her laughing at the wind. Her blizzard collar up. Corner of Harcourt Road, remember that gust? Foo! Blew up all her skirts, and her boa nearly smothered old Goodwin. She did get flushed in the wind. Remember when we got home, raking up the fire, and frying up those pieces of lap of mutton for her supper, with the chutney sauce she liked, and the mulled rum. Could see her in the bedroom from the hearth, unclamping the busk of her stays. White. Swish and soft flop her stays made on the bed. Always warm from her. Always liked to let herself out. Sitting thereafter till near 2, taking out her hairpins. Millie tucked up in Betty house. Happy. Happy. That was the night... Oh, Mr. Bloom, how do you do? Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Breen? No use complaining. How's Molly those times? Haven't seen her for ages. In the pink, Mr. Bloom said gaily. Millie has a position down in Mullingar, you know. Go away. Isn't that grand for her? Yes, and a photographer's there. Getting on like a house on fire. How are all your charges? All on the baker's list, Mrs. Breen said. How many has she? No other in sight. You're in black, I see. You have no... No, Mr. Bloom said. I've just come from a funeral. Going to crop up all day, I foresee. Who's dead? When and what did he die of? Turn up like a bad penny. Oh, dear me, Mrs. Breen said. I hope it wasn't any dear relation. May as well get her sympathy. Dignam, Mr. Bloom said, an old friend of mine. He died quite suddenly, poor fellow. Heart trouble, I believe. Funeral was this morning. Your funeral's tomorrow while you're coming through the rye. Diddle-diddle-dum-dum, diddle-diddle. Sad to lose the old friends, Mrs. Breen's woman eyes said melancholily. Now, that's quite enough of that. Just quietly, husband. And your lord and master? Mrs. Breen turned up her two large eyes. Hasn't lost them, anyhow. Oh, don't be talking, she said. He's a caution to rattlesnakes. He's in there now with his law books, finding out the law of libel. He has me heart scalded. Wait till I show you. Hot mock turtle vapor and steam of new-baked jam puffs roly-poly poured out from Harrison's. The heavy noon reek tickled the top of Mr. Bloom's gullet. Want to make good pastry? Butter, best flour, demerara sugar, or they'd taste it with the hot tea. Or is it from her? A barefoot Arab stood over the grating, breathing in the fumes. Deaden the gnaw of hunger that way. Pleasure or pain, is it? Penny dinner, knife and fork chained to the table. Opening her handbag, chipped leather, hat pin. Ought to have a guard on those things, sticking a chap's eye in the tram. Rummaging. Open. Money. Please take one. Devils if they lose sixpence. Raise Cain. Husband barging. Where's the 10 shillings I gave you on Monday? Are you feeding your little brother's family? Soiled handkerchief, medicine bottle, pastille that was, fell. What is she? There must be a new moon out, she said. He's always bad then. Do you know what he did last night? Her hand ceased to rummage. Her eyes fixed themselves on him wide in alarm, yet smiling. What? Mr. Bloom asked. Let her speak. Look straight in her eyes. I believe you. Trust me. Woke me up in the night, she said. Dream he had. A nightmare. Indiget. Said the ace of spades was walking up the stairs. The ace of spades, Mr. Bloom said. She took a folded postcard from her handbag. Read that, she said. He got it this morning. What is it? Mr. Bloom asked, taking the card. U.P. U.P. Up, she said. Someone taking a rise out of him. It's a great shame for them, whoever he is. Indeed it is, Mr. Bloom said. She took back the card, sighing. And now he's going round to Mr. Menton's office. He's going to take an action for £10,000, he says. She folded the card into her untidy bag and snapped the catch. Same blue serge dress she had 2 years ago. The nap bleaching. Seen its best days. Wispish hair over her ears. And that dowdy toque. 3 old grapes to take the harm out of it. Shabby genteel. She used to be a tasty dresser. Lines round her mouth. Only a year or so older than Molly. See the eye that woman gave her passing. Cruel. The unfair sex. He looked still at her, holding back behind his look his discontent. Pungent mock turtle oxtail mulligatawny. I'm hungry, too. Flakes of pastry on the gusset of her dress. Daub of sugary flour stuck to her cheek. Rhubarb tart with liberal fillings, rich fruit interior. Josie Powell, that was. In Luke Doyle's long ago, Dolphin's Barn, the charades. U.P. Up. Change the subject. Do you ever see anything of Mrs. Beaufoy? Mr. Bloom asked. Mina Purefoy? She said. Philip Beaufoy, I was thinking. Playgoers Club. Matcham often thinks of the master stroke. Did I pull the chain? Yes. The last act. Yes. I just called to ask on the way in, is she over it? She's in the lying-in hospital in Hollis Street. Dr. Horn got her in. She's 3 days bad now. Oh, Mr. Bloom said, I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, Mrs. Breen said, and a house full of kids at home. It's a very stiff birth, the nurse told me. Oh, Mr. Bloom said. His heavy, pitying gaze absorbed her news. His tongue clacked in compassion. I'm sorry to hear that, he said. Poor thing. 3 days. That's terrible for her. Mrs. Breen nodded. She was taken bad on the Tuesday. Mr. Bloom touched her funny bone gently, warning her, Mind, let this man pass. A bony form strode along the curbstone from the river, staring with a rapt gaze into the sunlight through a heavy-stringed glass. Tight as a skull-piece, a tiny hat gripped his head. From his arm, a folded dust coat, a stick, and an umbrella dangled to his stride. Watch him, Mr. Bloom said. He always walks outside the lampposts. Watch. Who is he, if it's a fair question? Mrs. Breen asked. Is he dotty? His name is Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell, Mr. Bloom said, smiling. Watch. He has enough of them, she said. Dennis will be like that one of these days. She broke off suddenly. There he is, she said. I must go after him. Goodbye. Remember me to Molly, won't you? I will, Mr. Bloom said. He watched her dodge through passes towards the shop fronts. Dennis Breen, in skimpy frock coat and blue canvas shoes, shuffled out of Harrison's, hugging 2 heavy tomes to his ribs. Blown in from the bay like old times. He suffered her to overtake him without surprise, and thrust his dull gray beard towards her, his loose jaw wagging as he spoke earnestly. Meshuggah. Off his chump. Mr. Bloom walked on again easily, seeing ahead of him in sunlight the tight skull-piece, the dangling stick, umbrella, dust coat. Going the 2 days. Watch him. Out he goes again. One way of getting on in the world. And that other old mosey lunatic and those duds. Hard time she must have with him. U.P. up. I'll take my oath that's Alf Bergen or Richie Goulding. Wrote it for a lark in the Scotch House, I bet anything. Round to Menton's office, his oyster eyes staring at the postcard. Be a feast for the gods. He passed the Irish Times. There might be other answers lying there. Like to answer them all. Good system for criminals. Code. At their lunch now. Clark with the glasses there doesn't know me. I'll leave them there to simmer, enough bother wading through 44 of them. Wanted, smart lady typist to aid gentlemen in literary work. I called you naughty, darling, because I do not like that other world. Please tell me what is the meaning. Please tell me what perfume does your wife. Tell me who made the world. The way they spring those questions on you. And the other one, Lizzie Twigg. My literary efforts have had the good fortune to meet with the approval of the eminent poet A.E., Mr. George Russell. No time to do her hair, drinking sloppy tea with a book of poetry. Best paper by long chalks for a small ad. Got the provinces now. Cook and general, ex-cuisine, housemaid kept. Wanted live man for spirit counter. Resp girl, R.C., wishes to hear of post in fruit or pork shop. James Carlyle made that. 6.5% dividend. Made a big deal on Coates' shares. Kilkenny, cunning old Scotch hunks. All the toady news. Our gracious and popular vice-reign. Bought the Irish Field now. Lady Mountcashel has quite recovered after her confinement and rode out with the Ward Union staghounds at the enlargement yesterday at Rathoath. Uneatable fox. Pot hunters, too. Fear injects juices make it tender enough for them. Riding astride. Sit her horse like a man. Weight-carrying huntress. No side saddle or pillion for her. Not for Joe. First to the meet and in at the death. Strong as a brood mare, some of those horsey women. Swagger around livery stables, toss off a glass of brandy neat while you'd say knife. That one at the Grosvenor this morning. Up with her on the car, whoosh, whoosh. Stone wall or 5-barred gate, put her mount to it. I think that pug-nosed driver did it out of spite. Who was this she was like? Oh, yes. Mrs. Miriam Dandrade that sold me her old wraps and black underclothes in the Shelburne Hotel. Divorced Spanish-American. Didn't take a feather out of her, my handling them, as if I was her clothes horse. Saw her in the vice-regal party when Stubbs the park ranger got me in with Whalen of the Express. Scavenging what the quality left. High tea. Mayonnaise I poured on the plums, thinking it was custard. Her ears ought to have tingled for a few weeks after. Want to be a bull for her. Born courtesan. No nursery work for her, thanks. Poor Mrs. Purefoy. Methodist husband. Method in his madness. Saffron bun and milk and soda lunch in the educational dairy. Eating with a stopwatch, 32 chews to the minute. Still his mutton chop whiskers grew. Supposed to be well connected. Theodore's cousin in Dublin Castle. One Tony relative in every family. Hardy annuals he presents her with. Saw him out at the Three Jolly Topers marching along bareheaded, and his eldest boy carrying one in a market net. The squallers. Poor thing. Then having to give the breast year after year, all hours of the night. Selfish those TTs are. Dog in the manger. Only 1 lump of sugar in my tea, if you please. He stood at Fleet Street Crossing. Luncheon interval a 6-penny at Rose. Must look up that ad in the National Library. An 8-penny in the Burton. Better. On my way. He walked on past Bolton's Westmoreland house. Tea. I forgot to tap Tom Kernan. 3 days, imagine, groaning on a bed with a vinegared handkerchief round her forehead, her belly swollen out. Phew, dreadful, simply. Child's head too big. Forceps. Doubled up inside her, trying to butt its way out, blindly groping for the way out. Kill me, that would. Lucky Molly got over hers lightly. They ought to invent something to stop that. Life with hard labor. Twilight sleep idea. Queen Victoria was given that. 9 she had. A good layer. Old woman that lived in a shoe. She had so many children. Suppose he was consumptive. Time someone thought about it instead of gassing about the pensive bosom of the silver effulgence flapdoodle to feed fools on. They could easily have big establishments. Whole thing quite painless. Out of all the taxes. Give every child born 5 quid at compound interest up to 21. 5% is 100 shillings and 5 tiresome pounds. Multiplied by 20, decimal system. Encourage people to put by money, save 110 and a bit, 21 years. Want to work it out on paper. Come to a tidy sum, more than you think. Not stillborn, of course. They're not even registered. Trouble for nothing. Funny sight, 2 of them together. Their bellies out. Molly and Mrs. Moisel. Mothers meeting. Thysis retires for the time being, then returns. How flat they look after all of a sudden. Peaceful eyes, weight off their minds. Old Mrs. Thornton was a jolly old soul. All my babies, she said. The spoon of pap in her mouth before she fed them. Oh, that's nyum-nyum. Got her hand crushed by old Tom Wall's son. His first bow to the public. Head like a prize pumpkin. Snuffy Dr. Murrin. People knocking them up at all hours. For God's sake, doctor, wife in her throes. Then keeping them waiting months for their fee. To attendance on your wife. No gratitude in people. Humane doctors, most of them. Before the huge high door of the Irish House of Parliament, a flock of pigeons flew. And their little frolic after meals. Who will we do it on? I pick the fella in black. Here goes. Here's good luck. Must be thrilling from the air. Ap John, myself, and Owen Goldberg up in the trees near Goose Green, playing the monkeys. Mackerel, they called me. A squad of constables debouched from College Street, marching in Indian file. Goose-step. Food-heated faces, sweating helmets, patting their truncheons. After their feed with a good load of fat soup under their belts. Policeman's lot is oft a happy one. They split up into groups and scattered, saluting toward their beats. Let out to graze. Best moment to attack one in pudding time, a punch in his dinner. A squad of others, marching irregularly, rounded Trinity railings, making for the station. Bound for their troughs, prepared to receive cavalry, prepared to receive soup. He crossed under Tommy Moore's roguish finger. They did right to put him up over a urinal. Meeting of the waters. Ought to be places for women. Running into cake shops, settle my hat straight. There is not in this wide world a valley. Great song of Julia Morgan's, kept her voice up to the very last. Pupil of Michael Balfe's, wasn't she? He gazed after the last broad tunic. Nasty customers to tackle. Jack Power could a tale unfold. Father a G-man. If a fella gave them trouble being lagged, they let him have it hot and heavy in the bridewell. Can't blame them, after all, with the job they have, especially the young hornies. That horse policeman, the day Joe Chamberlain was given his degree in Trinity, he got a run for his money. My word, he did. His horse's hoofs clattering after us down Abbey Street. Luck I had the presence of mind to dive into Manning's, or I was souped. He did come a wallop, by George. Must have cracked his skull on the cobblestones. I oughtn't to have got myself swept along with those medicals and the Trinity jibs in their mortar boards, looking for trouble. Still, I got to know that young Dixon who dressed that sting for me in the Mater, and now he's in Hollis Street, where Mrs. Purefoy... Wheels within wheels. Police whistle in my ears still, all skedaddled. Why he fixed on me. Give me in charge. Right here it began. Up the Boers! 3 cheers for the vet! We'll hang Joe Chamberlain on a sour apple tree. Silly billies, mob of young cubs yelling their guts out. Vinegar Hill, the Butter Exchange Band. Few years' time, half of them magistrates and civil servants. War comes on, into the army helter-skelter. Same fellas used to weather on the scaffold high. Never know who you're talking to. Corny Kelleher, he has Harvey Duff in his eye. Like that Peter or Dennis or James Carey that blew the gaff on the Invincibles. Member of the corporation, too. Egging raw youths on to get in the know. All the time drawing Secret Service pay from the castle. Dropping like a hot potato. Why, those plainclothes men are always courting slaveys. Easily twig a man used to uniform, square pushing up against a back door, maul her a bit. Then the next thing on the menu. And who is the gentleman does be visiting there? Was the young master saying anything? Peeping Tom through the keyhole, decoy duck. Hot-blooded young student fooling round her fat arms, ironing. Are those yours, Mary? I don't wear such things. Stop or I'll tell the missus on you. Out half the night. There are great times coming, Mary. Wait till you see. Get along with your great times coming. Barmaids, too. Tobacco shop girls. James Stevens's idea was the best. He knew them. Circles of 10, so that a fella couldn't round on more than his own ring. Sinn Fein. Back out, you get the knife. Hidden hand. Stay in, the firing squad. Turnkey's daughter got him out of Richmond, off from Lusk, putting up in the Buckingham Palace Hotel under their very noses. Garibaldi. You must have a certain fascination. Parnell. Arthur Griffith is a square-headed fella, but he has no go in him for the mob. Want to gas about our lovely land. Gammon and spinach. Dublin Bakery Company's tea room, debating societies, that republicanism is the best form of government, that the language question should take precedence of the economic question. Have your daughters inveigling them to your house, stuff them up with meat and drink, Michaelmas goose. Here's a good lump of thyme seasoning under the apron for you. Have another quart of goose grease before it gets too cold. Half-fed enthusiasts. Penny roll and a walk with the band. No grace for the carver. The thought that the other chap pays best sauce in the world. Make themselves thoroughly at home. Shove us over those apricots, meaning peaches. The not far distant day. Home rule sun rising up in the northwest. His smile faded as he walked, a heavy cloud hiding the sun slowly, shadowing Trinity's surly front. Trams passed one another, ingoing, outgoing, clanging. Useless words. Things go on the same, day after day. Squads of police marching out, back, trams in, out. Those two loonies mooching about. Dignam carted off, Mina Purefoy's swollen belly on a bed groaning to have a child tugged out of her. One born every second somewhere, other dying every second. Since I fed the birds 5 minutes, 300 kicked the bucket, other 300 born, washing the blood off. All are washed in the blood of the Lamb, boiling ma. Cityful passing away, other cityful coming, passing away too, other coming on, passing on. Houses, lines of houses, streets, miles of pavements, piled up bricks, stones, changing hands, this owner, that. Landlord never dies, they say. Other steps into his shoes when he gets his notice to quit. They buy the place up with gold, and still they have all the gold. Swindle in it somewhere. Piled up in cities, worn away age after age. Pyramids in sand, built on bread and onions, slaves. Chinese wall, Babylon. Big stones left, round towers. Rest, rubble. Sprawling suburbs, jerry-built. Kerwan's mushroom houses, built of breeze, shelter for the night. No one is anything. This is the very worst hour of the day. Vitality, dull, gloomy, hate this hour. Feel as if I'd been eaten and spewed. Provost's house. The Reverend Dr. Salmon. Tinned salmon. Well tinned in there. Wouldn't live in it if they paid me. Hope they have liver and bacon today. Nature abhors a vacuum. The sun freed itself slowly and lit glints of light among the silverware in Walter Sexton's window opposite, by which John Howard Parnell passed, unseeing. There he is, the brother, image of him. Haunting face. Now that's a coincidence. Of course, hundreds of times you think of a person and don't meet him. Like a man walking in his sleep. No one knows him. Must be a corporation meeting today. They say he never put on the city marshal's uniform since he got the job. Jolly Bolger used to come out on his high horse, cocked hat, puffed, powdered, and shaved. Look at the woebegone walk of him, eating a bad egg. Poached eyes on ghost. I have a pain. Great man's brother, his brother's brother. He'd look nice on the city charger. Drop into the DBC probably for his coffee, play chess there. His brother used men as pawns. Let them all go to pot. Afraid to pass a remark on him. Freeze them up with that eye of his. That's the fascination. The name. All a bit touched. Mad Fanny and his other sister, Mrs. Dickinson, driving about with scarlet harness. Bolt upright like Surgeon McCardle. Still, David Sheehy beat him for South Meath. Apply for the Chiltern Hundreds and retire into public life. The Patriots' banquet. Eating orange peels in the park. Simon Dedalus said when they put him in Parliament that Parnell would come back from the grave and lead him out of the House of Commons by the arm. Of the two-headed octopus, one of whose heads is the head upon which the ends of the world have forgotten to come, while the other speaks with a Scotch accent. The tentacles, they passed from behind Mr. Bloom along the curbstone. Beard and bicycle, young woman. And there he is, too. Now that's really a coincidence. Second time. Coming events cast their shadows before. With the approval of the eminent poet Mr. George Russell. That might be Lizzie Twigg with him. A.E., what does that mean? Initials, perhaps. Albert Edward, Arthur Edmund, Alphonsus Eb Ed L. Esquire. What was he saying? The ends of the world with a Scotch accent, tentacles, octopus, something occult, symbolism. Holding forth, she's taking it all in, not saying a word. To aid gentlemen in literary work. His eyes followed the high figure in homespun, beard and bicycle, a listening woman at his side. Coming from the vegetarian, only wedgibobbles and fruit. Don't eat a beefsteak. If you do, the eyes of that cow will pursue you through all eternity. They say it's healthier. Wind and watery, though. Tried it. Keep you on the run all day. Bad as a bloater. Dreams all night. Why do they call that thing they gave me nut steak? Nutarians, fruitarians. To give you the idea you're eating rump steak. Absurd. Salty, too. They cook in soda. Keep you sitting by the tap all night. Her stockings are loose over her ankles. I detest that, so tasteless. Those literary, ethereal people, they're all dreamy, cloudy, symbolistic. Aesthetes they are. I wouldn't be surprised if it was that kind of food you see produces the like waves of the brain, the poetical. For example, one of those policemen sweating Irish stew into their shirts. You couldn't squeeze a line of poetry out of him. Don't know what poetry is, even. Must be in a certain mood. The dreamy, cloudy gull, waves o'er the waters dull. Mr. Bloom crossed at Nassau Street corner and stood before the window of Yates & Son pricing the field glasses. Or will I drop into old Harris's and have a chat with young Sinclair? Well-mannered fellow, probably at his lunch. Must get those old glasses of mine set right. Gertz lenses, 6 guineas. Germans making their way everywhere. Sell on easy terms to captured trade. Undercutting. Might chance on a pair in the Railway Lost Property Office. Astonishing the things people leave behind them in trains and cloakrooms. What did they be thinking about? Women, too, incredible. Last year, traveling to Ennis, had to pick up that farmer's daughter's bag and hand it to her at Limerick Junction. Unclaimed money, too. There's a little watch up there on the roof of the bank to test those glasses by. His lids came down on the lower rims of his irides. Can't see it. If you imagine it's there, you can almost see it. Can't see it. He faced about, and standing between the awnings, held out his right hand at arm's length towards the sun. Wanted to try that often. Yes, completely. The tip of his little finger blotted out the sun's disk. Must be the focus where the rays cross. If I had black glasses... Interesting. There was a lot of talk about those sunspots when we were in Lombard Street West. Terrific explosions they are. There will be a total eclipse this year. Autumn sometime. Now that I come to think of it, that ball falls at Greenwich time. It's the clock is worked by an electric wire from Dunsink. Must go out there some first Saturday of the month. If I could get an introduction to Professor Jolly or learn up something about his family, that would do to... Man always feels complimented. Flattery where least expected. Nobleman proud to be descended from some king's mistress. His foremother. Lay it on with a trowel. Cap in hand goes through the land. Not go in and blurt out what you know you're not to. What's parallax? Show this gentleman the door. Ah. His hand fell again to his side. Never know anything about it. Waste of time. Gas balls spinning about, crossing each other, passing. Same old ding-dong always. Gas, then solid, then whirled, then cold, then dead shell drifting around, frozen rock, like that pineapple rock. The moon. Must be a new moon, she said. I believe there is. He went on by La Maison Claire. Wait, the full moon was the night we were... Sunday fortnight, exactly. There is a new moon. Walking down by the Tolka. Not bad for a Fairview moon. She was humming, the young May moon, she's beaming, love. He other side of her. elbow, arm, he. Glowworm's lamp is gleaming love. Touch, fingers, asking, answer. Yes. Stop, stop. If it was, it was. Must. Mr. Bloom, quick breathing, slowly a-walking past Adam Court. With a keep quiet relief, his eyes took note. This is the street here, middle of the day. Bob Doran's bottle shoulders. On his annual bend, McCoy said. They drink in order to say or do something, or chercher la femme. Up in the coombe with chummies and streetwalkers, and then the rest of the year as sober as a judge. Yes, thought so. Sloping into the Empire. Gone. Plain soda would do him good. Where Pat Kinsella had his harp theatre before Whitbread ran the Queen's. Broth of a boy. Diane Boucicault business with his harvest moon face and a poky bonnet. 3 purty maids from school. How time flies, eh? Showing long red pantaloons under his skirts. Drinkers drinking, laughed, spluttering, their drink against their breath. More power, Pat. Coarse red, fun for drunkards, guffaw and smoke. Take off that white hat. His parboiled eyes. Where is he now? Beggar somewhere. The harp that once did starve us all. I was happier then. Or was that I? Or am I now I? 28 I was. She 23 when we left Lombard Street West. Something changed. Could never like it again after Rudy. Can't bring back time, like holding water in your hand. Would you go back to then? Just beginning then, would you? Are you not happy in your home, you poor little naughty boy? Wants to sew on buttons for me. I must answer. Write it in the library. Grafton Street, gay with housed awnings, lured his senses. Muslin prints, silk, dames and dowagers, jingle of harnesses, hoof thuds, low ringing in the baking causeway. Thick feet that woman has in the white stockings. Hope the rain mucks them up on her. Country bred chaw bacon. All the beef to the heels we're in. Always gives a woman clumsy feet. Molly looks out of plumb. He passed, dallying, the windows of Brown Thomas silk mercers, cascades of ribbons, flimsy china silks. A tilted urn poured from its mouth a flood of blood-hued poplin, lustrous blood. The Huguenots brought that here. La causa è santa. Ta-da, ta-da. Great chorus, that. Ta-da. Must be washed in rainwater. Meyerbeer. Ta-da. Bum, bum, bum. Pincushions. I'm a long time threatening to buy one. Stick them all over the place, needles and window curtains. He bared slightly his left forearm. Scrape, nearly gone. Not today, anyhow. Must go back for that lotion. For her birthday, perhaps. June, July, August, September 8th. Nearly 3 months off. Then she mightn't like it. Women won't pick up pins. Say it cuts gleaming silks, petticoats on slim brass rails, rays of flat silk stockings. Useless to go back. Had to be. Tell me all. High voices, sun-warm silk, jingling harnesses. All for a woman. Home and houses, silk webs, silver, rich fruits, spicy from Jaffa, Hagendat Nateum, wealth of the world. A warm human plumpness settled down on his brain. His brain yielded. Perfume of embraces, all him assailed. With hungered flesh, obscurely, he mutely craved to adore. Duke Street, here we are. Must eat. The Burton. Feel better then. He turned Combridge's corner, still pursued. Jingling hoof thuds, perfumed bodies, warm, full. All kissed, yielded. In deep summer fields, tangled pressed grass, in trickling hallways of tenements, along sofas, creaking beds. Jack, love, darling, kiss me, Reggie, my boy, love. His heart astir, he pushed in the door of the Burton restaurant. Stink gripped his trembling breath. Pungent meat, juice, slop of greens. See the animals feed. Men, men, men. Perched on high stools by the bar, hats shoved back, at the tables calling for more bread, no charge, swilling, wolfing gobfuls of sloppy food, their eyes bulging, wiping wetted moustaches. A pallid, suet-faced young man polished his tumbler, knife, fork, and spoon with his napkin. New set of microbes. A man with an infant's sauce-stained napkin tucked round him shoveled gurgling soup down his gullet. A man spitting back on his plate, half-masticated gristle. No teeth to chew it. Chop from the grill, bolting to get it over. Sad boozer's eyes, bitten off more than he can chew. Am I like that? See ourselves as others see us. Hungry man is an angry man. Working tooth and jaw. Don't. Oh, a bone. That last pagan king of Ireland, Cormac, in the school poem, choked himself at Sletty, southward of the Boyne. Wonder what he was eating. Something galoptious. St. Patrick converted him to Christianity. Couldn't swallow it all, however. Roast beef and cabbage. One stew. Smells of men. His gorge rose. Spat on sawdust, sweetish, warmish cigarette smoke, reek of plug, spilt beer, men's beery piss, the stale of ferment. Couldn't eat a morsel here. Fella sharpening knife and fork to eat all before him. Old chap picking his tootles. Slight spasm, full, chewing the cud. Before and after. Grace after meals. Look on this picture, then on that. Scoffing up stew gravy with sopping sippets of bread. Lick it off the plate, man. Get out of this. He gazed round the stooled and tabled eaters, tightening the wings of his nose. 2 stouts here. 1 corned bean cabbage. That fellow ramming a knifeful of cabbage down as if his life depended on it. Good stroke. Give me the fidgets to look. Safer to eat from his 3 hands. Tear it limb from limb. Second nature to him. Born with a silver knife in his mouth. That's witty, I think. Or no. Silver means born rich. Born with a knife, but then the illusion is lost. An ill-girt server gathered sticky, clattering plates. Rock, the bailiff, standing at the bar, blew the foamy crown from his tankard. Well up, it splashed yellow near his boot. A diner, knife and fork upright, elbows on table, ready for a second helping, stared towards the food lift across his stained square of newspaper. Other chap telling him something with his mouth full. Sympathetic listener. Table talk. I munched on the Unchstrubunkum munch day. Huh? Did you, Faith? Mr. Bloom raised 2 fingers doubtfully to his lips. His eyes said, Not here, don't see him. Out. I hate dirty eaters. He backed towards the door. Get a light snack and Davy Burns. Stopgap. Keep me going. Had a good breakfast. Roast and mashed here. Pint of stout. Every fellow for his own, tooth and nail. Gulp, grub, gulp, gob stuff. He came out into clearer air and turned back towards Grafton Street. Eat or be eaten. Kill, kill. Suppose that communal kitchen years to come, perhaps. All trotting down with porringers and tommy cans to be filled. Devour contents in the street. John Howard Parnell, example. The Provost of Trinity, every mother's son. Don't talk of your provosts and provost of Trinity. Women and children, cabmen, priests, parsons, field marshals, archbishops. From Aylesbury Road, Clyde Road, artisans' dwellings, North Dublin Union, Lord Mayor in his gingerbread coach, old Queen in a bath chair. My plate's empty. After you with our incorporated drinking cup. Like Sir Philip Crampton's fountain. Rub off the microbes with your handkerchief. Next chap rubs on a new batch with his. Father O'Flynn would make hares of them all. Have rows, all the same. All for number 1. Children fighting for the scrapings of the pot. Want a soup pot as big as the Phoenix Park. Harpooning flitches and hindquarters out of it. Hate people all round you. City Arms Hotel Table d'Hôte, she called it. soup, joint, and sweet. Never know whose thoughts you're chewing. Then who'd wash up all the plates and forks? Might be all feeding on tabloids that time. Teeth getting worse and worse. After all, there's a lot in that vegetarian, fine flavor of things from the earth. Garlic, of course, it stinks. Italian organ grinders, crisp of onions, mushrooms, truffles. Pain to animal, too. Pluck and draw fowl. Wretched brutes there at the cattle market waiting for the poleaxe to split their skulls open. Moo, poor trembling calves, meh, staggering bob, buckle and squeak, butcher's buckets, wobble lights. Give us that brisket off the hook, plop, raw head and bloody bones. Flayed glass-eyed sheep hung from their haunches. Sheep snouts bloody-papered, sniveling nose jam on sawdust. Top and lashers going out. Don't maul them pieces, young one. Hot, fresh blood they prescribed for decline. Blood always needed. Insidious. Lick it up, smoking hot, thick, sugary. Famished ghosts. I'm hungry. He entered Davy Burns. Moral pub. He doesn't chat, stands a drink now and then, but in leap year once in 4. Cashed a check for me once. What will I take now? He drew his watch. Let me see now. Shandygaff? Hello, Bloom, Nosey Flynn said from his nook. Hello, Flynn. How's things? Tip-top. Let me see. I'll take a glass of Burgundy and let me see. Sardines on the shelves. Almost taste them by looking. Sandwich? Ham and his descendants, mustard and bread there. Potted meats. What is home without Plumtree's potted meat? Incomplete. What a stupid ad. Under the obituary notices they stuck it. All up a Plumtree. Dignam's potted meat. Cannibals would, with lemon and rice. White missionary too salty, like pickled pork. Expect the chief consumes the parts of honor. Ought to be tough from exercise. His wives in a row to watch the effect. There was a right royal old nigger who ate, or something, the somethings of the Reverend Mr. McTrigger. With it an abode of bliss. Lord knows what concoction. Coals, mouldy tripes, windpipes, faked and minced up. Puzzle, find the meat. Kosher, no meat and milk together. Hygiene, that was what they call now. Yom Kippur fast, spring cleaning of inside. Peace and war depend on some fellow's digestion. Religions, Christmas turkeys and geese, slaughter of innocents. Eat, drink, and be merry. Then casual wards full after, heads bandaged. Cheese digests all but itself. Mighty cheese. Have you a cheese sandwich? Yes, sir. Like a few olives, too, if they had them. Italian, I prefer. Good glass of Burgundy, take away that. Lubricate. A nice salad, cool as a cucumber. Tom Kernan can dress, puts gusto into it, pure olive oil. Millie served me that cutlet with a sprig of parsley. Take 1 Spanish onion. God made food, the devil the cooks. Deviled crab. Wife well? Quite well, thanks. A cheese sandwich, then. Gorgonzola, have you? Yes, sir. Nosey Flynn sipped his grog. Doing any singing those times? Look at his mouth. Could whistle in his own ear. Flap ears to match. Music. Knows as much about it as my coachman. Still better tell him. Does no harm. Free ad. She's engaged for a big tour end of this month. You may have heard, perhaps. No, oh, that's the style. Who's getting it up? The curate served. How much is that? 7 pence, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bloom cut his sandwich into slender strips. Mr. McTrigger. Easier than the dreamy, creamy stuff. His 500 wives had the time of their lives. Mustard, sir? Thank you. He studied under each lifted strip yellow blobs. Their lives. I have it. It grew bigger and bigger and bigger. Getting it up, he said. Well, it's like a company idea, you see, part shares and part profits. Now I remember, Nosey Flynn said, putting his hand in his pocket to scratch his groin. Who is this was telling me? Isn't blazes boiling mixed up in it? A warm shock of air, heat of mustard, haunched on Mr. Bloom's heart. He raised his eyes and met the stare of a bilious clock. 2. Pub clock, 5 minutes fast, time going on, hands moving. 2. Not yet. His midriff yearned then upward, sank within him, yearned more longingly. Wine. He sipped the cordial juice, and bidding his throat strongly to speed it, set his wine glass delicately down.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Yes, he said, he's the organizer in point of fact. No fear, no brains. Nosy Flynn snuffled and scratched. Flea having a good square meal. He had a good slice of luck, Jack Mooney was telling me, over that boxing match Myler Keogh won agin that soldier in the Portobello barracks. By God, he had the little kipper down in the County Carlow, he was telling me. Hope that dewdrop doesn't come down into his glass. No, snuffled it up. For near a month, man, before it came off. Sucking duck eggs, by God, till further orders. Keep 'em off the booze, see? Oh, by God, Blazes is a hairy chap. Davy Byrne came forward from the hind bar in tuck-stitched shirt sleeves, cleaning his lips with 2 wipes of his napkin. Herrings blush. Whose smile upon each feature plays with such and such replete. Too much fat on the parsnips. And there's himself, and pepper on him, Nosy Flynn said. Can you give us a good one for the Gold Cup? I'm off that, Mr. Flynn, Davy Byrne answered. I never put anything on a horse. You're right there, Nosy Flynn said. Mr. Bloom ate his strips of sandwich, fresh, clean bread with relish of disgust, pungent mustard, the feety savor of green cheese. Sips of his wine soothed his palate. Not logwood, that. Tastes fuller this weather with the chill off. Nice quiet bar, nice piece of wood in that counter, nicely planed. Like the way it curves there. I wouldn't do anything at all in that line, Davy Byrne said. It ruined many a man, the same horses. Vintner's Sweepstake. Licensed for the sale of beer, wine, and spirits for consumption on the premises. Heads I win, tails you lose. True for you, Nosy Flynn said. Unless you're in the know. There's no straight sport now. Lenihan gets some good ones. He's giving Scepter today. Zinfandel's the favourite. Lord Howard de Walden's won at Epsom. Morny Cannon is riding him. I could have got 7-1 against St. Amant a fortnight before. That's so, Davy Byrne said. He went towards the window, and taking up the petty cash book, scanned its pages. I could faith, Nosy Flynn said, snuffling. That was a rare bit of horseflesh. St. Fruskin was her sire. She won in a thunderstorm. Rothschild's filly, with wadding in her ears. Blue jacket and yellow cap. Bad luck to Big Ben Dollard and his John o' Gaunt. He put me off it, aye. He drank resignedly from his tumbler, running his fingers down the flutes. Aye, he said, sighing. Mr. Bloom, champing standing, looked upon his sigh. Nosy numbskull. Will I tell him that horse Lenihan? He knows already. Better let him forget. Go and lose more. Fool and his money. Dewdrop coming down again. Cold nose he'd have kissing a woman. Still they might like. Prickly beards they like. Dogs' cold noses. Old Mrs. Reardon with the rumbling stomach Skye Terrier in the City Arms Hotel. Molly fondling him in her lap. Oh, the big doggy bow-wowsy-wowsy. Wine soaked and softened, rolled pith of bread, mustard a moment, mawkish cheese. Nice wine it is. Taste it better because I'm not thirsty. Bath, of course, does that. Just a bite or two, then about 6 o'clock I can... 6. Time will be gone then. She... Mild fire of wine kindled his veins. I wanted that badly. Felt so off color. His eyes unhungrily saw shelves of tins, sardines, gaudy lobsters' claws. All the odd things people pick up for food. Out of shells, periwinkles with a pin, off trees, snails out of the ground the French eat, out of the sea with bait on a hook. Silly fish learn nothing in 1,000 years. If you didn't know, risky putting anything into your mouth. Poisonous berries, Johnny McGorries. Roundness you think good, gaudy color warns you off. One fellow told another, and so on. Try it on the dog first. Led on by the smell or the look. Tempting fruit. Ice cones, cream. Instinct. Orange groves, for instance. Need artificial irrigation. Bleibtreustrasse. Yes, but what about oysters? Unsightly, like a clot of phlegm. Filthy shells. Devil to open them, too. Who found them out? Garbage, sewage they feed on. Fizz and red bank oysters. Effect on the sexual aphrodis. He was in the red bank this morning. Was he oyster, old fish at table? Perhaps he young flesh in bed. No, June has no R, no oysters. But there are people like tainted game, jugged hare, first catch your hare. Chinese eating eggs 50 years old, blue and green again. Dinner of 30 courses. Each dish harmless might mix inside. Idea for a poison mystery. That Archduke, Leopold, was it? No. Yes, or was it Otto? One of those Habsburgs. Or who was it? Used to eat the scruff off his own head. Cheapest lunch in town. Of course, aristocrats. Then the others copy to be in the fashion. Millie, too. Rock oil and flour. Raw pastry I like myself. Half the catch of oysters they throw back in the sea to keep up the price. Cheap. No one would buy. Caviar. Do the grand. Hock in green glasses. Swell blowout. Lady this. Powdered bosom. Pearls. The elite. Creme de la creme. They want special dishes to pretend they're hermit with a platter of pulse. Keep down the stings of the flesh. Know me? Come eat with me. Royal sturgeon. High Sheriff Coffee, the butcher, write to venizons of the forest from his ex. Send him back the half of a cow. Spread I saw down in the Master of the Rolls kitchen area. White-hatted chef like a rabbi. Combustible duck, curly cabbage a la Duchesse de Parme. Just as well to write it on the bill of fare so you can know what you've eaten. Too many drugs spoil the broth. I know it myself, dosing it with Edwards's desiccated soup. Geese stuffed silly for them. Lobsters boiled alive. Do take some ptarmigan. Wouldn't mind being a waiter in a swell hotel. Tips, evening dress, half-naked ladies. May I tempt you to a little more filleted lemon sole, Miss Dubedat? Yes, Dubedat. And she did bedad. Huguenot name, I expect that. Miss Dubedat lived in Killiney, I remember. Du de la French. Still, it's the same fish. Perhaps old Mickey Hanlon of Moore Street ripped the guts out of making money hand over fist, finger in fish's gills. Can't write his name on a check. Think he was painting the landscape with his mouth twisted. Michael A. H. Ignorant as a kish of brogues, worth 50,000 pounds. Stuck on the pane, 2 flies buzzed, stuck. Glowing wine on his palate lingered, swallowed. Crushing in the wine-press grapes of Burgundy. Sun's heat it is. Seems to a secret touch telling me memory. Touched, his sense moistened, remembered. Hidden under wild ferns on Haube, below us bay, sleeping sky, no sound, the sky. The bay purple by the Lion's Head, green by Drumleck, yellow-green towards Sutton. Fields of undersea, the lines faint brown in grass, buried cities. Pillowed on my coat she had her hair, earwigs in the heather scrub, my hand under her nape. You'll toss me all. Oh, wonder. Cool, soft with ointments, her hand touched me, caressed. Her eyes upon me did not turn away. Ravished over her I lay, full lips full open, kissed her mouth. Yum. Softly she gave me in my mouth the seed cake, warmed and chewed. Mawkish pulp her mouth had mumbled, sweet and sour with spittle. Joy, I ate it, joy. Young life, her lips that gave me pouting. Soft, warm, sticky gum jelly lips. Flowers her eyes were, take me, willing eyes. Pebbles fell, she lay still. A goat. No one. High on Ben Howe the rhododendrons, a nanny goat walking sure-footed, dropping currants. Screened under ferns, she laughed warm-folded. Wildly I lay on her, kissed her, eyes, her lips, her stretched neck, beating, woman's breasts full in her blouse of nun's veiling, fat nipples upright. Hot I tongued her. She kissed me, I was kissed. All yielding she tossed my hair. Kissed, she kissed me. Me. And me now. Stuck, the flies buzzed. His downcast eyes followed the silent veining of the oaken slab. Beauty, it curves. Curves are beauty. Shapely goddesses, Venus, Juno. Curves the world admires. Can see them, library museum, standing in the round hall, naked goddesses. Aids to digestion. They don't care what man looks. All to see. Never speaking, I mean to say to fellas like Flynn. Suppose she did, Pygmalion and Galatea, what would she say first? Mortal. Put you in your proper place. Quaffing nectar at mess with God's golden dishes, all ambrosial, not like a tanner lunch we have, boiled mutton, carrots and turnips, bottle of allsop. Nectar. Imagine it drinking electricity. God's food. Lovely forms of woman sculpt, Junonian. Immortal, lovely. And we, stuffing foodie in one hole and out behind. Food, chyle, blood, dung, earth, food. Have to feed it like stoking an engine. They have no... Never looked. I'll look today. Keeper won't see. Bend down, let something fall, see if she... Dribbling, a quiet message from his bladder came. To go, to do. Not to do, there to do. A man and ready, he drained his glass to the lees, and walked, to men too they gave themselves, manly conscious, lay with men lovers, a youth enjoyed her, to the yard. When the sound of his boots had ceased, Davy Byrne said from his book, "What is this he is? Isn't he in the insurance line?" "Oh, he's out of that long ago," Nosey Flynn said. "He does canvassing for the Freeman." "I know him well to see," Davy Byrne said. "Is he in trouble?" "Trouble?" Nosey Flynn said. "Not that I heard of. Why?" "I noticed he was in mourning." "Was he?" Nosey Flynn said. "So he was, Faith. I asked him how it was all at home." "You're right, by God, so he was." "I never broached the subject," Davy Byrne said humanely. "If I see a gentleman is in trouble that way, it only brings it up fresh in their minds." "It's not the wife, anyhow," Nosey Flynn said. "I met him the day before yesterday, and he coming out of that Irish farm dairy John Wise Nolan's wife has in Henry Street, with a jar of cream in his hand, taking it home to his better half. She's well nourished, I tell you. Blubbers on toast." "And is he doing for the Freeman?" Davy Byrne said. Nosey Flynn pursed his lips. "He doesn't buy cream on the ads he picks up. You can make bacon of that." "How so?" Davy Byrne asked, coming from his book. Nosey Flynn made swift passes in the air with juggling fingers. He winked. "He's in the craft," he said. "Do you tell me so?" Davy Byrne said. "Very much so," Nosey Flynn said. "Ancient, free, and accepted order. Light, life, and love, by God. They give him a leg up. I was told that by a... well, I won't say who." "Is that a fact?" "Oh, it's a fine order," Nosey Flynn said. "They stick to you when you're down. I know a fellow was trying to get into it, but they're as close as damn it. But by God, they did right to keep the women out of it." Davy Byrne smiled, yawned, nodded, all in one. "There was one woman," Nosey Flynn said, "hid herself in a clock to find out what they do be doing. But be damned, but they smelt her out and swore her in on the spot a master mason." That was one of the St. Ledgers of Doneraile. Davy Byrne, sated after his yawn, said with tear-washed eyes, "And is that a fact?" "Decent, quiet man he is. I often saw him in here, and I never once saw him, over the line. God almighty couldn't make him drunk, Nosey Flynn said firmly. Slips off when the fun gets too hot. Didn't you see him look at his watch? Ah, you weren't there. If you ask him to have a drink, first thing he does, he outs with a watch to see what he ought to imbibe. Declare to God he does. There are some like that, Davy Byrne said. He's a safe man, I'd say. He's not too bad, Nosey Flynn said, snuffling it up. He's been known to put his hand down, too, to help a fellow. Give the devil his due. Oh, Bloom has his good points. But there's one thing he'll never do. His hand scrawled a dry pen signature beside his grog. I know, Davy Byrne said. Nothing in black and white, Nosey Flynn said. Paddy Leonard and Bantam Lyons came in. Tom Rochford followed, a plaining hand on his claret waistcoat. "Day, Mr. Byrne." "Day, gentlemen." They paused at the counter. "Who's standing?" Paddy Leonard asked. "I'm sitting anyhow," Nosey Flynn answered. "Well, what'll it be?" Paddy Leonard asked. "I'll take stone ginger," Bantam Lyons said. "How much?" Paddy Leonard cried. "Since when, for God's sake? What's yours, Tom?" "How's the main drainage?" Nosey Flynn asked, sipping. For answer, Tom Rochford pressed his hand to his breastbone and hiccuped. "Would I, trouble you for a glass of fresh water, Mr. Byrne?" he said. "Certainly, sir." Paddy Leonard eyed his alemates. "Lord love a duck," he said. "Look at what I'm standing drinks to. Cold water and ginger pop. Two fellas that would suck whiskey off a sore leg. He has some bloody horse up his sleeve for the Gold Cup, a dead snip." "Zinfandel, is it?" Nosey Flynn asked. Tom Rochford spilt powder from a twisted paper into the water set before him. "That cursed dyspepsia," he said before drinking. "Bread soda is very good," Davy Byrne said. Tom Rochford nodded and drank. "Is it Zinfandel?" "Say nothing," Bantam Lyons winked. "I'm going to plunge 5 bob on my own." "Tell us if you're worth your salt, and be damned to you," Paddy Leonard said. "Who gave it to you?" Mr. Bloom, on his way out, raised 3 fingers in greeting. "So long," Nosey Flynn said. The others turned. "That's the man now that gave it to me," Bantam Lyons whispered. Paddy Leonard said with scorn. "Mr. Byrne, sir, we'll take 2 of your small Jamesons after that, and, stone ginger," Davy Byrne added civilly. "Aye," Paddy Leonard said. "A sucking bottle for the baby." Mr. Bloom walked towards Dawson Street, his tongue brushing his teeth smooth. Something green it would have to be. Spinach, say. Then with those Röntgen rays, a searchlight, you could... At Duke Lane, a ravenous terrier choked up a sick, knuckly cut on the cobblestones and lapped it with new zest. Surfeit returned with thanks, having fully digested the contents. First sweet, then savory. Mr. Bloom coasted warily. Ruminants, his second course. Their upper jaw they move. Wonder if Tom Rochford will do anything with that invention of his. Wasting time explaining it to Flynn's mouth. Lean people, long mouths. Ought to be a hall or a place where inventors could go in and invent free. Of course, then you'd have all the cranks pestering. He hummed, prolonging in solemn echo the closes of the bars. Don Giovanni, a cenar teco m'invitasti. Feel better. Burgundy, good pick-me-up. Who distilled first? Some chap in the blues. Dutch courage. Oh, that Kilkenny people in the National Library now, I must... Bare, clean, close stools waiting in the window of William Miller Plummer turned back his thoughts. They could. And watch it all the way down. Swallow a pin sometimes come out of the ribs years after, tour around the body, changing biliary duct, spleen squirting liver, gastric juice, coils of intestines like pipes. But the poor buffer would have to stand all the time with his insides, entrails on show. Science. A cenar teco. What does that teco mean? Tonight, perhaps. Don Giovanni, thou hast me invited to come to supper tonight. The rum-dum. Doesn't go properly. Keys. 2 months if I get Nanetti to... That'll be £2.10, about £2.08. 3 Hines owes me, £2.11. Prescott's ad, £2.15. 5 guineas about, on the pig's back. Could buy one of those silk petticoats for Molly, colour of her new garters. Today, not think. Toward the south, then. What about English watering places? Brighton, Margate, piers by moonlight. Her voice floating out, those lovely seaside girls. Against John Long's, a drowsing loafer lounged in heavy thought, gnawing a crusted knuckle. Handyman wants job, small wages, will eat anything. Mr. Bloom turned at Gray's confectioner's window of unbought tarts and passed the Reverend Thomas Connellan's bookstore. Why I Left the Church of Rome. Bird's Nest. Women run him. They say they used to give pauper children soup to change to Protestants in the time of the potato blight. Society over the way Papa went to for the conversion of poor Jews. Same bait. Why We Left the Church of Rome. A blind stripling stood tapping the curbstone with his slender cane. No tram in sight, wants to cross. Do you want to cross? Mr. Bloom asked. The blind stripling did not answer. His walled face frowned weakly. He moved his head uncertainly. You're in Dawson Street, Mr. Bloom said. Molesworth Street is opposite. Do you want to cross? There's nothing in the way. The cane moved out trembling to the left. Mr. Bloom's eye followed its line and saw again the Dye Works van drawn up before Drago's, where I saw his brilliantined hair just when I was horse drooping, driver and John Long slaking his drought. There's a van there, Mr. Bloom said, but it's not moving. I'll see you across. Do you want to go to Molesworth Street? Yes, the stripling answered. South Frederick Street. Come, Mr. Bloom said. He touched the thin elbow gently, then took the limp, seeing hand to guide it forward. Say something to him. Better not do the condescending. They mistrust what you tell them. Pass a common remark. The rain kept off. No answer. Stains on his coat. Slobbers his food, I suppose. Tastes all different for him. Have to be spoon-fed first. Like a child's hand, his hand. Like Millie's was, sensitive. Sizing me up, I dare say, from my hand. Wonder if he has a name. Van. Keep his cane clear of the horse's legs. Tired drudge get his doze. That's right, clear. Behind a bull, in front of a horse. Thanks, sir. Knows I'm a man. Voice. Right now, first turn to the left. The blind stripling tapped the curbstone and went on his way, drawing his cane back, feeling again. Mr. Bloom walked behind the eyeless feet, a flat-cut suit of herringbone tweed. Poor young fella. How on earth did he know that van was there? Must have felt it. See things in their foreheads, perhaps, kind of sense of volume, weight. Would he feel it if something was removed, feel a gap? Queer idea of Dublin he must have, tapping his way round by the stones. Could he walk in a beeline if he hadn't that cane? Bloodless, pious face, like a fella going in to be a priest. Penrose, that was that chap's name. Look at all the things they can learn to do. Read with their fingers, tune pianos. Or we're surprised they have any brains. Why, we think a deformed person or a hunchback clever if he says something we might say. Of course, the other senses are more embroider, plait baskets. People ought to help. It's a work basket I could buy Molly's birthday. Hates sewing. Might take an objection. Dark men, they call them. Sense of smell must be stronger, too. Smells on all sides bunched together. Each person, too. Then the spring, the summer. Smells. Tastes. They say you can't taste wines with your eyes shut or a cold in the head. Also, smoke in the dark, they say, get no pleasure. And with a woman, for instance. More shameless not seeing. That girl passing the Stewart Institution, head in the air. Look at me, I have them all on. Must be strange not to see her. Kind of a form in his mind's eye. The voice, temperature when he touches her with fingers. Must almost see the lines, the curves. His hands on her hair, for instance. Say it was black, for instance. Good. We call it black. Then passing over her white skin. Different feel, perhaps. Feeling of white. Post office. Must answer. Fag today. Send her a postal order, 2 shillings, half a crown. Accept my little present. Stationer's just here, too. Wait. Think over it. With a gentle finger, he felt ever so slowly the hair combed back above his ears. Again. Fibers of fine, fine straw. Then gently his finger felt the skin of his right cheek. Downy hair there, too. Not smooth enough. The belly is the smoothest. No one about. There he goes into Frederick Street, perhaps to Levinston's Dancing Academy piano. Might be settling my braces. Walking by Doran's public house, he slid his hand between waistcoat and trousers, and pulling aside his shirt gently, felt a slack fold of his belly. But I know it's white-yellow. Want to try in the dark to see. He withdrew his hand and pulled his dress, too. Poor fellow, quite a boy. Terrible, really terrible. What dreams would he have not seeing? Life a dream for him. Where is the justice being born that way? All those women and children, excursion, beanfest, burned and drowned in New York. Holocaust. Karma, they call that. Transmigration for sins you did in a past life. The reincarnation. Met him pike hoses. Dear, dear, dear. Pity, of course. But somehow you can't cotton on to them some way. Sir Frederick Faulkner going into the Freemasons' Hall. Solemn as Troy. After his good lunch in Earlsford Terrace. Old legal cronies cracking a magnum, tales of the bench and assizes, and annals of the Bluecoat School. I sentenced him to 10 years. I suppose he'd turn up his nose at that stuff I drank. Vintage wine for them, the year marked on a dusty bottle. Has his own ideas of justice in the recorder's court. Well-meaning old man. Police charge sheets crammed with cases, get their percentage, manufacturing crime. Sends them to the right about. The devil on moneylenders gave Reuben J. a great straw-calling. Now he's really what they call a dirty Jew. Power those judges have. Crusty old topers in wigs. Bare with a sore paw. And may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Hello, placard. Mirus Bazaar. His Excellency the Lord Lieutenant. 16th, today it is. In aid of funds for Mercer's Hospital. The Messiah was first given for that. Yes, Handel. What about going out there? Ballsbridge. Drop in on Keys. No use sticking to him like a leech. Wear out my welcome. Sure to know someone on the gate. Mr. Bloom came to Kildare Street. First I must... library. Straw hat and sunlight, tan shoes, turned-up trousers. It is. His heart quapped softly. To the right, museum. Goddesses. He swerved to the right. Is it? Almost certain. Won't look. Wine in my face. Why did I... Too heady. Yes, it is. The walk. Not see. Get on. Making for the museum gate with long, windy strides, he lifted his eyes. Handsome building. Sir Thomas Deane designed. Not following me? Didn't see me, perhaps. Light in his eyes. The flutter of his breath came forth in short sighs. Quick. Cold statues, quiet there. Safe in a minute. No, didn't see me. After 2. Just at the gate. My heart. His eyes, beating, looked steadfastly at cream curves of stone. Sir Thomas Deane was the Greek architecture. Look for something, His hasty hand went quick into a pocket, took out, read, unfolded, Agendat Nataim. Where did I... Busy looking for... He thrust back quickly, Agendat. Afternoon, she said. I'm looking for that... Yes, that... Try all pockets. Hanker... Freeman... Where did I... Ah, yes, trousers. Purse, potato... Where did I... Hurry, walk quietly. Moment more. My heart. His hand, looking for the where did I put, found in his hip pocket soap. Lotion, have to call. Tepid, paper stuck. Ah, soap there. Yes. Gate. Safe. Urbane, to comfort them, the Quaker librarian purred, and we have we not, those priceless pages of Wilhelm Meister, a great poet on a great brother poet. a hesitating soul taking arms against a sea of troubles, torn by conflicting doubts, as one sees in real life. He came a step, a syncopace forward on Neat's leather creaking, and a step backward, a syncopace on the solemn floor. A noiseless attendant, setting open the door but slightly, made him a noiseless beck. "Directly," said he, creaking to go, albeit lingering. "The beautiful, ineffectual dreamer who comes to grief against hard facts. One always feels that Goethe's judgments are so true, true in the larger analysis." Twi-creakingly analysis he corantoed off. Bald, most zealous by the door, he gave his large ear all to the attendant's words, heard them, and was gone. 2 left. Monsieur de la Palisse, Stephen sneered, was alive 15 minutes before his death. "Have you found those 6 brave medicals," John Eglinton asked with elder's gall, "to write Paradise Lost at your dictation? The sorrows of Satan, he calls it." Smile, smile Cranley's smile. First he tickled her, then he patted her, then he passed the female catheter, for he was a medical, jolly old medical. "I feel you would need one more for Hamlet. 7 is dear to the mystic mind. The Shining 7, W.B. calls them." Glitter-eyed, his rufous skull close to his green-capped desk lamp, sought the face bearded amid dark greener shadow, an olive, holy-eyed. He laughed low, a sizar's laugh of Trinity, unanswered. "Orchestral Satan weeping many a rude, tears such as angels weep, ed egli avea del cul fatto trombetta. He holds my follies hostage." Cranley's 11 true Wicklow men to free their sireland. Gap-toothed Kathleen, her 4 beautiful green fields, the stranger in her house, and one more to hail him, Ave, Rabbi. The Tinahely 12, in the shadow of the glen he cooees for them. My soul's youth I gave him night by night. Godspeed, good hunting. Mulligan has my telegram. Folly. Persist. "Our young Irish bards," John Eglinton censured, "have yet to create a figure which the world will set beside Saxon Shakespeare's Hamlet, though I admire him, as old Ben did, on his this side idolatry." "All these questions are purely academic," Russell oracled out of his shadow. "I mean, whether Hamlet is Shakespeare or James I or Essex, clergymen's discussions of the historicity of Jesus. Art has to reveal to us ideas, formless spiritual essences. The supreme question about a work of art is, out of how deep a life does it spring? The painting of Gustave Moreau is the painting of ideas. The deepest poetry of Shelley, the words of Hamlet, bring our mind into contact with the eternal wisdom, Plato's world of ideas. All the rest is the speculation of schoolboys for schoolboys." A.E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer, "Well, tarnation strike me." "The schoolmen were schoolboys first," Stephen said super politely. "Aristotle was once Plato's schoolboy." "And has remained so, one should hope," John Eglinton sedately said. "One can see him, a model schoolboy, with his diploma under his arm." He laughed again at the now smiling, bearded face. "Formless spiritual, Father, Word, and Holy Breath, All-Father, the Heavenly Man, Jesus Christos, Magician of the Beautiful, the Logos who suffers in us at every moment, this verily is that. I am the fire upon the altar, I am the sacrificial butter. Dunlop, Judge, the noblest Roman of them all. A.E. Arvel, the name ineffable in heaven, hight K.H., their master, whose identity is no secret to adepts. Brothers of the Great White Lodge, always watching to see if they can help. The Christ with the bride-sister, moisture of light, born of an ensouled virgin, repentant Sophia, departed to the plain of Buddhi. The life esoteric is not for ordinary person. O.P. must work off bad karma first. Mrs. Cooper Oakley once glimpsed our very illustrious sister H.P.B.'s elemental. Oh, fie, out on it, pfui Teufel, you noughtn't to look, missus, so you noughtn't when a lady's a-showing of her elemental. Mr. Best entered, tall, young, mild, light. He bore in his hand with grace a notebook, new, large, clean, bright. "That model schoolboy," Stephen said, "would find Hamlet's musings about the afterlife of his princely soul, the improbable, insignificant, and undramatic monologue, as shallow as Plato's." John Eglinton, frowning, said, waxing wroth, "Upon my word, it makes my blood boil to hear anyone compare Aristotle with Plato." "Which of the two," Stephen asked, "would have banished me from his commonwealth?" "Unsheathe your dagger definitions. Hoarseness is the whatness of all horse. Streams of tendency and eons they worship. God, noise in the street, very peripatetic. Space, what you damn well have to see. Through spaces smaller than red globules of man's blood, they creepy crawl after Blake's buttocks into eternity, of which this vegetable world is but a shadow. Hold to the now, the here, through which all future plunges to the past." Mr. Best came forward, amiable, towards his colleague. "Haynes is gone," he said. "Is he?" "I was showing him Joubinville's book. He's quite enthusiastic, don't you know, about Hyde's Love Songs of Connaught. I couldn't bring him in to hear the discussion. He's gone to Gill's to buy it. Bound thee forth my booklet, quick to greet the callous public. Writ, I ween, 'twas not my wish, in lean, unlovely English." "The peat smoke is going to his head," John Eglinton opined. "We feel in England, penitent thief, gone. I smoked his baccy, green twinkling stone, an emerald set in the ring of the sea." "People do not know how dangerous love songs can be," the auric egg of Russell warned occultly. "The movements which work revolutions in the world are born out of the dreams and visions in a peasant's heart on the hillside. For them, the earth is not an exploitable ground, but the living mother. The rarefied air of the academy and the arena produce the 6-shilling novel, the music-hall song. France produces the finest flower of corruption in Mallarmé. But the desirable life is revealed only to the poor of heart, the life of Homer's Phaeacians." From these words Mr. Best turned an unoffending face to Stephen. "Mallarmé, don't you know," he said, "has written those wonderful prose poems Stephen McKenna used to read to me in Paris. The one about Hamlet, he says, 'Il se promène lisant au livre de lui-même,' don't you know, reading the book of himself. He describes Hamlet given in a French town, don't you know, provincial town. They advertised it." His free hand graciously wrote tiny signs in the air. "Hamlet, ou le distrait, pièce de Shakespeare." He repeated to John Eglinton's new-gathered frown, "Pièce de Shakespeare, don't you know? It's so French, the French point of view. Hamlet, ou the absent-minded beggar," Stephen ended. John Eglinton laughed. "Yes, I suppose it would be," he said. "Excellent people, no doubt, but distressingly short-sighted in some matters." Sumptuous and stagnant exaggeration of murder. "A deathsman of the soul," Robert Greene called him, Stephen said. Not for nothing was he a butcher's son, wielding the sledded poleaxe and spitting in his palm. 9 lives are taken off for his father's 1. Our Father who art in purgatory. Cocky Hamlets don't hesitate to shoot. The blood-boltered shambles in Act 5 is a forecast of the concentration camp sung by Mr. Swinburne. Cranley, I, his mute orderly, following battles from afar, whelps and dams of murderous foes whom none but we had spared. Between the Saxon smile and Yankee yawp, the devil in the deep sea. "He will have it that Hamlet is a ghost story," John Eglinton said for Mr. Best's behoof. "Like the fat boy in Pickwick, he wants to make our flesh creep. List, list, oh list. My flesh hears him, creeping hears. If thou didst ever—" "What is a ghost?" Stephen said with tingling energy. "One who has faded into impalpability, through death, through absence, through change of manners. Elizabethan London lay as far from Stratford as corrupt Paris lies from virgin Dublin. Who is the ghost from limbo patrum, returning to the world that has forgotten him? Who is King Hamlet?" John Eglinton shifted his spare body, leaning back to judge. Lifted. "It is this hour of a day in mid-June," Stephen said, begging with a swift glance their hearing. "The flag is up on the playhouse by the bankside. The bear Sackerson growls in the pit near it, Paris Garden. Canvas climbers who sailed with Drake chew their sausages among the groundlings. Local colored work in all you know. Make them accomplices. Shakespeare has left the Huguenot's house in Silver Street and walks by the Swan Mews along the riverbank, but he does not stay to feed the pen chivying her game of signets towards the rushes. The Swan of Avon has other thoughts. Composition of place. Ignatius Loyola, make haste to help me. The play begins. A player comes on under the shadow made up in the cast-off mail of a court buck, a well-set man with a bass voice. It is the ghost, the king, a king and no king. And the player is Shakespeare, who has studied Hamlet all the years of his life which were not vanity, in order to play the part of the spectre. He speaks the words to Burbage, the young player who stands before him beyond the rack of cerecloth, calling him by a name. "Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit," bidding him list. To a son he speaks, the son of his soul, the prince, young Hamlet. And to the son of his body, Hamlet Shakespeare, who has died in Stratford that his namesake may live forever. Is it possible that that player Shakespeare, a ghost by absence, and in the vesture of buried Denmark, a ghost by death, speaking his own words to his own son's name? Had Hamlet Shakespeare lived, he would have been Prince Hamlet's twin. Is it possible, I want to know, or probable, that he did not draw or foresee the logical conclusion of those premises? You are the dispossessed son. I am the murdered father. Your mother is the guilty queen. Anne Shakespeare, born Hathaway. But this prying into the family life of a great man, Russell began impatiently. Art thou there, Truepenny? Interesting only to the parish clerk. I mean, we have the plays. I mean, when we read the poetry of King Lear, what is it to us how the poet lived? As for living, our servants can do that for us, Villiers de Lille said. Peeping and prying into green-room gossip of the day, the poet's drinking, the poet's debts. We have King Lear, and it is immortal. Mr. Best's face appealed to, agreed. Flow over them with your waves and with your waters, Manannán, Manannán MacLear. Ah, now, sirrah, that pound he lent you when you were hungry. Marry, I wanted it. Take thou this noble. Go to, you spent most of it in Georgina Johnson's bed, clergyman's daughter, Agan bite of inwit. Do you intend to pay it back? Oh, yes. When, now? Well, no. When, then? I paid my way. Steady on, he's from beyond Boyne Water, the northeast corner. You owe it. Wait, 5 months, molecules all change. I am other I now, other I got pound. Buzz, but I, entelechy, form of forms, am I by memory, because under ever-changing forms. I that sinned and prayed and fasted, a child con me saved from pendies, I, and I. A-E-I-O-U. Do you mean to fly in the face of the tradition of 3 centuries? John Eglinton's carping voice asked. Her ghost, at least, has been laid forever. She died, for literature at least, before she was born. She died, Stephen retorted, 67 years after she was born. She saw him into and out of the world. She took his first embraces. She bore his children, and she laid pennies on his eyes to keep his eyelids closed when he lay on his deathbed. Mother's deathbed, candle, the sheeted mirror, who brought me into this world, lies there, bronze-lidded under few cheap flowers, liliata rutilantium. I wept alone. John Eglinton looked in the tangled glowworm of his lamp. The world believes that Shakespeare made a mistake, he said, and got out of it as quickly and as best he could. Bosh, Stephen said rudely. A man of genius makes no mistakes. His errors are volitional and are the portals of discovery. portals of discovery opened to let in the Quaker librarian, soft, creak-footed, bald, eared, and assiduous. "A shrew," John Eglinton said shrewdly, "is not a useful portal of discovery, one should imagine. What useful discovery did Socrates learn from Xantippe?" "Dialectic," Stephen answered, "and from his mother how to bring thoughts into the world. What he learned from his other wife, Myrto, apsit nomen, Socratididians Epipsychidian, no man, not a woman, will ever know. But neither the midwife's lore nor the court lectures saved him from the archons of Sinn Fein and their noggin of hemlock." "But Anne Hathaway," Mr. Best's quiet voice said forgetfully. "Yes, we seem to be forgetting her, as Shakespeare himself forgot her." His look went from Bruda's beard to Carper's skull, to remind, to chide them not unkindly, then to the bold pink Lollard costard, guiltless though maligned. "He had a good groat's worth of wit," Stephen said, "and no truant memory. He carried a memory in his wallet as he trudged to Romeville, whistling The Girl I Left Behind Me. If the earthquake did not time it, we should know where to place poor Watt sitting in his form, the cry of hounds, the studded bridle, and her blue windows. That memory, Venus and Adonis, lay in the bedchamber of every light of love in London. Is Catherine the shrew ill-favored? Hortensio calls her young and beautiful. Do you think the writer of Antony and Cleopatra, a passionate pilgrim, had his eyes in the back of his head that he chose the ugliest doxy in all Warwickshire to lie withal? Good, he left her, and gained the world of men. But his boy women are the women of a boy. Their life, thought, speech are lent them by males. He chose badly? He was chosen, it seems to me. If others have their will, Anne hath a way. By cock, she was to blame. She put the comether on him, sweet and 26. The grey-eyed goddess who bends over the boy Adonis stooping to conquer as prologue to the swelling act is a bold-faced Stratford wench who tumbles in a cornfield, a lover younger than herself. And my turn when? Come. Ryefield, Mr. Best said brightly, gladly, raising his new book, gladly, brightly. He murmured then with blonde delight for all, "Between the acres of the rye, these pretty country folk would lie." Paris, the well-pleased pleaser. A tall figure in bearded homespun rose from shadow and unveiled its cooperative watch. "I'm afraid I'm due at the homestead." "Whither away? Exploitable ground." "Are you going?" John Eglinton's active eyebrows asked. "Shall we see you at Moore's tonight? Piper is coming." "Piper," Mr. Best piped. "Is Piper back?" Peter Piper pecked a peck of pickled pepper. "I don't know if I can. Thursday we have our meeting, if I can get away in time." Yogi Bogie box in Dawson Chambers, Isis unveiled. Their Pali book we tried to pawn. Cross-legged under an umbral umbershoot, he thrones an Aztec logos, functioning on astral levels, their oversoul, Maha Mahatma. The faithful hermetists await the light, ripe for chelaship, ring round about him. Louis H. Victory, T. Caulfield Irwin. Lotus ladies tend them in the eyes, their pineal glands aglow. Filled with his god, he thrones, wood under plantain. Gulfer of souls, engulfer, he souls, she souls, shoals of souls. Engulfed with wailing Cree cries, whirled, whirling, they bewail. In quintessential triviality, for years in this flesh case, a she-soul dwelt. "They say we are to have a literary surprise," the Quaker librarian said, friendly and earnest. "Mr. Russell, rumor has it, is gathering together a sheaf of our younger poets' verses. We're all looking forward anxiously." Anxiously he glanced in the cone of lamplight, where three faces lighted shone. "See this. Remember." Stephen looked down on a wide, headless caubeen hung on his ash-plant handle over his knee. My casque and sword, touched lightly with 2 index fingers. Aristotle's experiment. 1 or 2. Necessity is that in virtue of which it is impossible that one can be otherwise. Argal, 1 hat is 1 hat. Listen. Young Colum and Starkey, George Roberts is doing the commercial part. Longworth will give it a good puff in the Express. Oh, will he? I liked Colum's Drover. Yes, I think he has that queer thing genius. Do you think he has genius, really? Yeats admired his line, as in wild earth a Grecian vase. Did he? I hope you'll be able to come tonight. Buck Mulligan is coming, too. Moore asked him to bring Haynes. Did you hear Miss Mitchell's joke about Moore and Martin? That Moore is Martin's wild oats. Awfully clever, isn't it? They remind one of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. Our national epic has yet to be written, Dr. Sigerson says. Moore is the man for it. A knight of the rueful countenance here in Dublin. With a saffron kilt. O'Neill, Russell, oh yes. He must speak the grand old tongue. And his Dulcinea? James Stephens is doing some clever sketches. We're becoming important, it seems. Cordelia, Cordoglio, Lear's loneliest daughter. Nookshotten. Now your best French polish. Thank you very much, Mr. Russell, Stephen said, rising. If you will be so kind as to give the letter to Mr. Norman. Oh, yes, if he considers it important, it will go in. We have so much correspondence. I understand, Stephen said. Thanks. Good Ilja, the Pig's paper, Bullock befriending. Singh has promised me an article for Dana, too. Are we going to be read? I feel we are. The Gaelic League wants something in Irish. I hope you will come round tonight. Bring Starkey. Stephen sat down. The Quaker librarian came from the leave-takers. Blushing, his mask said, Mr. Dedalus, your views are most illuminating. He creaked to and fro, tiptoeing up nearer heaven by the altitude of a chopping, and, covered by the noise of outgoing, said low, Is it your view, then, that she was not faithful to the poet? Alarmed face asks me, Why did he come? Courtesy, or an inward light? Where there is a reconciliation, Stephen said, there must have been first a sundering. Yes. Christ fox and leather trews, hiding a runaway in blighted tree forks from hue and cry, knowing no vixen, walking lonely in the chase. Women he won to him, tender people, a whore of Babylon, ladies of justices, bully tapsters' wives, fox and geese. And in new place, a slack, dishonored body that once was comely, once as sweet as fresh as cinnamon, now her leaves falling, all bare, frighted of the narrow grave, and unforgiven. Yes, so you think... The door closed behind the outgoer. Rest suddenly possessed the discreet vaulted cell, rest of warm and brooding air. A Vestal's lamp. Here he ponders things that were not. What Caesar would have lived to do had he believed the soothsayer. What might have been. Possibilities of the possible as possible. Things not known. What name Achilles bore when he lived among women. Coffined thoughts around me, in mummy cases, embalmed in spice of words. Thoth, god of libraries, a bird god, moony crowned. And I heard the voice of that Egyptian high priest, in painted chambers loaded with tile books. They are still, once quick in the brains of men, still, but an itch of death is in them, to tell me in my ear a maudlin tale, urge me to wreak their will. Certainly, John Eglinton mused, of all great men he is the most enigmatic. We know nothing but that he lived and suffered. Not even so much. Others abide our question. A shadow hangs over all the rest. But Hamlet is so personal, isn't it? Mr. Best pleaded. I mean, a kind of private paper, don't you know, of his private life. I mean, I don't care a button, don't you know, who is killed or who is guilty. He rested an innocent book on the edge of the desk, smiling his defiance. His private papers in the original. Tá an bád an tír. Táim imo haggart. Put Berla on it, Little John. Quoth Little John Eglinton, I was prepared for paradoxes from what Buck Mulligan told us, but I may as well warn you that if you want to shake my belief that Shakespeare is Hamlet, you have a stern task before you. Bear with me. Stephen withstood the bane of miscreant eyes, glinting stern under wrinkled brows. a basilisk, e quando vede l'uomo la tosca. Messer Brunetto, I thank thee for the word. As we, or Mother Dana, weave and unweave our bodies, Stephen said, from day to day, their molecules shuttled to and fro, so does the artist weave and unweave his image. And as the mole on my right breast is where it was when I was born, though all my body has been woven of new stuff time after time, so, through the ghost of the unquiet father, the image of the unliving son looks forth. In the intense instant of imagination, when the mind, Shelley says, is a fading coal, that which I was is that which I am, and that which in possibility I may come to be. So in the future, the sister of the past, I may see myself as I sit here now, but by reflection from that which then I shall be. Drummond of Hawthornden helped you at that style. Yes, Mr. Best said youngly. I feel Hamlet quite young. The bitterness might be from the father, but the passages with Ophelia are surely from the son. As the wrong sow by the lug. He is in my father, I am in his son. That mole is the last to go, Stephen said, laughing. John Eglinton made a nothing-pleasing moe. If that were the birthmark of genius, he said, genius would be a drug in the market. The plays of Shakespeare's later years, which Renan admired so much, breathe another spirit. The spirit of reconciliation, the Quaker librarian breathed. There can be no reconciliation, Stephen said, if there has not been a sundering. Said that. If you want to know what are the events which cast their shadow over the hell of time of King Lear, Othello, Hamlet, Troilus and Cressida, look to see when and how the shadow lifts. What softens the heart of a man shipwrecked in storms dire, tried like another Ulysses, Pericles, prince of Tyre. Head red cone-capped, buffeted, brine-blinded. A child, a girl placed in his arms, Marina. The leaning of sophists toward the bypaths of Apocrypha is a constant quantity, John Eglinton detected. The high roads are dreary, but they lead to the town. Good bacon, gone musty. Shakespeare, Bacon's wild oats. Cipher jugglers going the high roads, seekers on the great quest. What town, good masters? Mummed-in names. A.E., Eon, McGee, John Eglinton. East of the sun, west of the moon. Tir nan Og. Booted the twain and staved. How many miles to Dublin? 70, sir. Will we be there by candlelight? Mr. Brandes accepts it, Stephen said, as the first play of the closing period. Does he? What does Mr. Sidney Lee, or Mr. Simon Lazarus, as some aver his name is, say of it? Marina, Stephen said, a child of storm. Miranda, a wonder. Perdita, that which was lost. What was lost is given back to him, his daughter's child. My dearest wife, Pericles says, was like this maid. Will any man love the daughter if he has not loved the mother? The art of being a grandfather, Mr. Best gan murmur. La, d'être grand. His own image, to a man with that queer thing genius, is the standard of all experience, material and moral. Such an appeal will touch him. The images of other males of his blood will repel him. He will see in them grotesque attempts of nature to foretell or repeat himself. The benign forehead of the Quaker librarian enkindled rosily with hope. I hope Mr. Dedalus will work out his theory for the enlightenment of the public. And we ought to mention another Irish commentator, Mr. George Bernard Shaw. Nor should we forget Mr. Frank Harris. His articles on Shakespeare in the Saturday Review were surely brilliant. Oddly enough, he too draws for us an unhappy relation with the dark lady of the sonnets. The favoured rival is William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke. I own that if the poet must be rejected, such a rejection would seem more in harmony with, what shall I say, our notions of what ought not to have been. Felicitously he ceased and held a meek head among them, auk's egg, prize of their fray. He thous and these her with grave husband words. Dost love Miriam, dost love thy man? That may be too, Stephen said. There is a saying of Goethe's which Mr. McGee likes to quote. Beware of what you wish for in youth, because you will get it in middle life. Why does he send to one who is a bona roba, a bay where all men ride, a maid of honor with a scandalous girlhood, a lordling to woo for him? He was himself a lord of language, and had made himself a coistrel gentleman, and had written Romeo and Juliet. Why? Belief in himself has been untimely killed. He was overborn in a cornfield first, rye field, I should say, and he will never be a victor in his own eyes after, nor play victoriously the game of laugh and lie down. Assumed Don Giovannism will not save him. No later undoing will undo the first undoing. The tusk of the boar has wounded him there where love lies a-bleeding. If the shrew is worsted, yet there remains to her woman's invisible weapon. There is, I feel in the words, some goad of the flesh driving him into a new passion, a darker shadow of the first, darkening even his own understanding of himself. A life fate awaits him, and the two rages commingle in a whirlpool. They list, and in the porches of their ears I pour. The soul has been before stricken mortally, a poison poured in the porch of a sleeping ear. But those who are done to death in sleep cannot know the manner of their quell unless their Creator endow their souls with that knowledge in the life to come. The poisoning and the beast with two backs that urged it, King Hamlet's ghost could not know of, were he not endowed with knowledge by his Creator. That is why the speech, his lean, unlovely English, is always turned elsewhere, backward. Ravisher and ravished, what he would but would not. Go with him from Lucrece's blue-circled ivory globes to Imogen's breast, bare with its mold sink-spotted. He goes back, weary of the creation he has piled up to hide him from himself, an old dog licking an old sore. But because loss is his gain, he passes on towards eternity in undiminished personality, untaught by the wisdom he has written or by the laws he has revealed.
Thank you for listening to this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more classic books, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear the Scourby classic book readings.